indicating the race has commenced. The scratch race is the most straightforward of the track events. We have a set amount of laps. Riders then receive the bell. The rider then that crosses the line first after that bell is the winner of the race. Pretty straightforward. We have 9 laps left to run for our under 15 women. The scratch race, I say, is the one that is probably most open to both a sprint and endurance rider. Sometimes we see in the scratch race that people try and make early moves, attack from the start to try and break the race up. Other times we see riders trying to control it, bring it down to a final lap kick. So there's a lot of different tactics and a lot of different ways that this race can play out. We wait and see how this one turns out, but the pace has really been strong here from the beginning for our under 15 women. They're not waiting around here. And just as I say that, the pace eases up slightly. The way you can tell if the pace is on or not is by the shape of the peloton. So when you see the peloton all strung out in one line, that indicates that the pace is really on. When the peloton is sort of 2 or 3 wide, that usually indicates that the speed has come off and riders start to look at each other. We're halfway through the race here, the group all together, led by rider number 73. That's Lucy Harrison from the South Coast Cycling Club. Now putting on the pace, that is Freya Englishen from the Dulwich Cycling Club. She's a rider to watch. A very strong individual pursuit rider, Freya. So a rider that they will know you don't want to give too much gap to because she can do these sort of solo efforts. One of the riders stepping up from the under 13s now into the under 15s, that's Annika Astridge. She was extremely dominant in the under 13s category, winning a lot of races, and now she's up into the bigger leagues. What can she do here? She's sitting on the hip of rider number 69. That's Winter Bradshaw. Winter, a very fast finishing rider. A rider that you probably don't want to bring down to the final lap because she does come from a BMX background and she's got a really strong turn of pace. They're coming 4 wide now, 2 laps to go, 500 meters now for the first race of our AJTS program. Coming to the front, that's Caitlin Death. Winter Bradshaw though, she still holds the sprinter's lane as the pace starts to pick up onto the back straight. 1.5 laps to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Caitlin Death now, she takes the lead. Winter Bradshaw tucks in onto the wheel behind, but coming over the top, that's rider number 72. That's Mackenzie Stevens here, ladies and gentlemen. She's taking the lead onto the front straight. Can she hold on? But there's a big charge here from Grace Alcock, ladies and gentlemen. She's coming onto the hip and now powering around the outside. Grace Alcock, though, she's going to take this one out. Grace Alcock from the Illawarra Cycling Club. She takes it out. It was very close there between Caitlin and Annika Astridge. We're going to have to go to the commissaires for that decision. But there's no disputing the fact, ladies and gentlemen, rider number 70 from the Illawarra Cycling Club, that is Grace Alcock, and she takes out the first race of the AJTS program. And the action does not stop, ladies and gentlemen. We move now on to our under-15 boys scratch race. They will also be doing 10 laps. Let me talk you through our starters here for Heat 1. We have Sebastian Gallagher, Patrick Richardson, Hamish Smith, Arav Chakravarti, Henry Grigg, Michael Moulds, Adam Udaragra, Patrick O'Keefe, Oliver Morris, Jaden Maddy, Adrian Sang, Declan Zing, and Sean Bates. That is Heat 1 of our under-15 men for their opening scratch race. They've got 10 laps. Just like the under-15 women. What a race to start off the program. Our under-15 women there, super fast finish. Grace Alcock, we didn't mention her throughout that race, which usually means she was sitting in the wheels, conserving her energy well, and then what a turn of pace in that final lap. Put good distance between herself and the rest of the competition. Definitely a rider to watch for the upcoming races, as we now see our under-15 men. Rider number 21, that's Oliver Morris. He leads them around in the sprinters lane. Looking through some of the names here, a lot of familiar names that we saw last year as first years in the under-15s category. And now they're moving up into the second year of the under-15s. Riders like Arav Chakravarti, he was in and amongst the action last year. A very, very strong rider from the Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club. And then a lot of new names, a lot of riders that we haven't seen before. So a little bit of an unknown as we see now a move from rider number 21. That was Oliver Morris from the Illawarra Cycling Club. He's not content with it just coming down to a sprint finish. He wants to light it up early. They're going to come around now to receive 5 laps to go. Tucked in on his wheel, though, is rider number 30. That's Sean Bates. And as Oliver Morris swings off, the pace comes right off in the peloton. No one else wants to continue with that move. Everyone just content with it rolling around at the same pace. Rider number 5 there, Hamish Smith. He's on in the sprinters lane. Oliver Morris, definitely the most active rider so far in this race. Seems to be the only one really wanting to instigate it early. Will we see a fast move in the last 3 laps? But once again, Oliver Morris, he's been on the front here. He's used a lot of energy. What does he have left in the closing stages of this race? He's been on the front here for the last few laps. But it's a good position to be. It means you're up at the front, out of trouble for anything that happens behind, and you get to control the pace about what pace you want to ride this one at. Oliver Morris there, he's leading this one around as they're going to come around now to receive the bell with 1 lap to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Arav Chakravarti, he's the one that launches the sprint. Sean Bates now, he's trying to make it level into the back straight. Arav Chakravarti though, he's got himself an advantage, but Sean Bates is coming back fast at him. Arav Chakravarti, can he hold on here? My apologies, it's the other Carnegie Caulfield rider, that is Adama. Adama goes away with that one. And Sean Bates, he takes into second position. But our other Carnegie Caulfield rider, Adama, he rides away with that one. And takes it out ahead of Sean Bates, who sat pretty much second wheel that entire race, kept himself out of trouble and using a lot less energy. And in the end, a very strong finish there as we now line up for Heat 2. Heat 2, let me talk you through our riders. We have Felix Henderson, Peter Samuel, Leroy Bartlett, Arav Desi, Jonah Hall, Zachary Thomas, Charlie Pearson, Declan Dyer, Thomas Allen, Lucas Stribic, Jack Pentland, Joel Gooley, and Hudson Taylor. Those are our riders there in Heat 2. A very strong heat again here in our under 15 men's. Led here by Lucas Stribic in the all black kit. Lucas is the current national Omnium champion in the under 15s. A title that he won as a first year. So now he moves up into the second year category of the under 15s. A super strong rider there, Lucas Stribic in the all black kit. Likewise, the rider that he's following now, that is Peter Samuel from the Bankstown Sports Cycling Club. Peter Samuel, a very fast finisher and one to certainly watch in the closing stages of this race. I remember commentating on a lot of races in the New South Wales State Championships. And Peter Samuel, he won the sprint discipline there. So definitely one of those riders to watch if it does come down to a sprint finish. We've seen all our races so far have come down to a decisive sprint in the final lap. None of the races so far have split up. As I say that, Peter Samuel, the rider that I said would want it to come down to a sprint, he wants the pace to be on. We're halfway through this race. 5 laps still to go as we now see a big move here on the back straight. That's rider number 29. That's Joel Gooley from the South Coast Cycling Club. He's dragging Peter Samuel with him. Now the gaps start to appear here, ladies and gentlemen. Remember I said early, when the pace is on, it all goes out into one line, and it's certainly on now, ladies and gentlemen. Rider number 29, Joel Gooley, he's really going for this one. Rider number 8, that's Arav Desi from the Blackburn Cycling Club. He's in pursuit. Peter Samuel now, he tucks in behind him, but the race is out in front, ladies and gentlemen. Joel Gooley, can he hold on to it? He's got 2 laps to go. That's 500 meters, but now look who comes to the front. It's Lucas Stribic. He's not wanting to this one to go to someone else. Peter Samuel now, he finds the second burst of energy. Can they bring him back now, ladies and gentlemen? Get behind him with just over 1 lap to go. Joel Gooley's got about 20 meters on the field. I don't think he's going to hold this one out, ladies and gentlemen. Lucas Stribic now, he turns into the back straight. He's got him in his sights and he passes him in the back straight. Lucas Stribic, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to ride out with this scratch race. Followed him behind him, rider number 6, that's Leroy Bartlett. Rider number 27, Jack Pentland, I believe crosses for 3rd. And a very well-earned 4th position there from Joel Gooley. He took the race on, ladies and gentlemen. He's the first one you'd have to say that really took on a crack from so far out. He was just caught there in the closing stages, but he definitely made that race interesting. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That's your second heat of your under 15 men, as we now wait on our under 17 women, and they will commence shortly for their scratch race.
Can I get a bit of gas? Hey, we're going to break your B and C. I'm going to come off. I was taped on here. Yeah, I'm going to rip your B and C off. I'm just already watching it move way too much up there, that's all. So that should be enough, like there's enough loop on it. We don't need to break another camera. Well, I'm going to buy one. There's one, the bigger brother to this, for $700 with a tripod here in Sydney. So I'm going to go find it tonight and we'll get it. So hang on, am I lead or bunch? Bunch, done.
So we have our under 17 women out on the track. A quality start list here. A lot of these riders have been racing the AJTS now for quite a few years. Some in their last year of this series. Let me talk you through our names quickly. We've got Maddie Douglas Savage, Hayley Allen, Sienna Allen, Erica Black, Jenna Gallagher, Charvi Tanksell, Matilda Trevorrow, Olivia Joan Old, Olive Dale, Juno Smith, Hannah Walters, Allegra Beratoff, Miriam Williams, Zoe May, Erin Prince, Ruby Savage, Isla Shaw, Evelyn Power, and Ava Gidget Rogers. They've got 12 laps of the track and they've completed 6 of them. So they're halfway through this program. So we see a move here from our Dulwich-Hill rider, who doesn't want to continue on with it, electing instead to swing up the track. And like I said in our first race, you can tell the pace of the race by how the riders are sitting along the track. And just as I say that, we've got a move here. 3 riders going clear. They've only got about 5 or so meters, and then it is all brought back together here, but the pace is winding up. They've got 4 laps left to go of the track. About 1,000 meters left to run here. No one person really wanting to commit to the front. Everyone sort of wanting to be at the front, but not on the front at the moment. 3 laps left to go. I see there rider number 266. That's Charvi Tanksell from the Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club. She's up towards the front, as we now see a move here, and this move looks powerful. This is the rider of rider number 267. That's Matilda Trevorrow, ladies and gentlemen, and she's got herself a 20-meter advantage on the peloton. Can they chase her back now? Not long to go, but the chase is coming thick and fast. It's 1 lap left to run on the front right at 279. That's Ava Gidget-Rogers. She's got her in her sight now. She's going to pick her up onto the back straight, but look who's on the wheel. It's Jenna Gallagher, ladies and gentlemen. Jenna Gallagher now, she comes over the top. She's going to take this opening scratch race out here. Jenna Gallagher, she takes it ahead of Ava Gidget-Rogers. And then I think it was right at 270. That's Juno Smith. But Jenna Gallagher, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for her. She takes out the opening scratch race for our under-17 women in a super fast finish there. Another one of those late moves, almost sticking, just getting picked in the back straight. I have a feeling though, we may see one of those late moves stick here in our under-17 men. We've got 2 heats for our under-17s. Heat number 1, Thomas Stevens, Flynn Jensen, Will Sheringham, Casper Chong, Joseph Natoli, Lewis Wilkes, Rigby Colgrave, Hunter Davis, Ewan Brown, Hugo Barnes, Max Edwards, Hugo Alcott, Gabriel Stephenson, Joshua Moore, Thomas Brinkley, Ruben Shepherd, Elliot Barrett, Seth Harrison, Cadell Bowen, Asher Olsen, and Jacob McLaughlin. That is your first heat of your under-17 men's, and they've got 12 laps of the Velodrome. The pace is on here from the beginning for our under-17 men. They're not waiting around for anyone. It's great to see such large numbers across all of our age groups here today for what is going to be a fantastic weekend of racing. Looking through potentially some of the favourites for this race, it's hard to go past a rider like Jacob McLaughlin. He was in the under-15 category last year. A super strong rider, especially in the closing stages. And as we've seen, a lot of these races have come down to a sprint finish. Jacob McLaughlin, he was so dominant in that in our under-15s. But how does he make that transition up into the under-17 category? Another one of the riders with a super fast turn of pace is the rider that's currently sitting in 3rd position, just peeling up the track. That's the rider of Hugo Barnes from the Dulwich Cycling Club. He is a very fast rider, taking a lot of medals in the New South Wales State Championships. So he'll be one to watch as well. And like I said before, a lot of these riders have done the AJTS for a few years now. A few of them, this is their final year in the series, so they know how this racing works. And as they've got 1 kilometre left to go, 1,000 metres left of this scratch race. As of yet, the pace really hasn't backed off, but it hasn't been at breakneck speed, you'd have to say. So a lot of these riders will still be quite fresh for this sprint. Let's see who's up towards the front. We've got Will Sheringham. Now towards the front, we've got Joshua Moore. He's known for these late moves. I didn't want to say it earlier to give too much away, but Joshua Moore is known for a late attack to try and take this one long. He's got 2 laps to go. Hugo Barnes, he's going backwards, you'd have to say, ladies and gentlemen. Now the one taking up the chase is Ruben Shepherd. Ruben Shepherd, he gets into the slipstream now. Joshua Moore, though, he still leads with 1 lap to go. What does he have left to give? Can the other riders coming around now? Ruben Shepherd, he's going to try and come onto the hip into the back straight. Ruben Shepherd now, he kicks. Joshua Moore, does he have anything in response? It doesn't look like it at the moment. Ruben Shepherd comes over the top. Ruben Shepherd's going to take this one out. A throw on the line there for second. Wasn't able to initially cover it, but then over the next lap or so, he got back into the slipstream and then kicked with half a lap left to go, and he takes out the win there. There it is, confirmation. Joseph Natoli takes second and Joshua Moore rounds out your top 3. We now move on to our second heat of our under-17 men. We've got Cam Franks, Oscar Winchester, Arnav Chakravarti, Lachlan Ermit, Caden Ryan, Elliot Burney, Omir Kermesi, Will Astridge, Cooper Farr, Jacob Cork, Flynn Larkins, James Allen, Harvey Challinor, Luca Zucchiatti, Billy Yo, Jet Stokes, Tyler Knuff, Luca Schmidtke, Jackson McDonald, and George Sloan.
He'll be all right.
And we have 1 DNS, Jacob Cork. But apart from that, everyone here is present and ready to go for their 12-lap scratch race. Coming around now with 11 laps to go, and it is Luca Zucchiatti on the front. And just now, as we have our under-17 men's, they've got 8 laps to go. This is a rider announcement for our under-15 women. Our under-15 women, your tempo is right at the conclusion of this race. There is no break in between our scratch races and our tempo. So our under-15 women, please make your way to the marshalling area. As I say that, we've got a move here in our under-17 men. It's the double rider of Cooper Thar. He puts himself towards the front. Cooper, a first year in the under-17 category, making the step up from the under-15s. He is a very clever bike rider. He's always putting himself in the right position. And in my opinion, when he's towards the front, that's probably the place you want to be. As we see a move now coming over the top. This is a rider 110. That is Caden Ryan from the Blackburn Cycling Club. Tucked in behind him, though, the Neo rider, Luca Zucchiatti. He's definitely a favourite for this race. A super strong rider, but now we see a move here over the top. Rider number 104, that's Oscar Winchester. He's trying his luck. He's got 2 laps now to try and hold them off. Luca Zucchiatti, he's trying to get into the slipstream. He does so now with just over 1 lap to go. Now Luca Zucchiatti puts on a turn of pace. Tucked in behind him is rider 140. That's Tyler Cunniffe. Tyler now, he kicks onto the back straight. Can he come over the top of Zucchiatti? It's going to be close on the line. Tyler and Zucchiatti coming to the line. Tyler comes over the top. Tyler takes that one out.
He was a lap early.
Was close on the line for second. I think Zucchiatti still held on.
So, yeah, it's normal.
But we'll wait for the official confirmation there. But Tyler, a super strong last quarter lap there. That's where all the difference was made.
Yeah, so when he's racing, it's not really good.
And as we get into our second races now in our program, we have the Bankstown Sports Cycling Club. They've got the canteen open on the infield, just near the entry ramp to the track. They've got all your food needs sorted, your lollies, your drinks in between the races. That's exactly what sort of stuff you need for a long program of track racing. Be sure to check them out. They do a fantastic job here organising the food and drinks to make the carnival run so smoothly. So be sure to check out the Bankstown Sports Cycling Club. They've got the canteen sorted in the infield. Be sure to grab yourself something to eat or drink as we get into our tempo round. We now get into our tempo race, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you've never seen a tempo before, let me walk you through it. In my opinion, it is the hardest race on the Velodrome, and I've done quite a few of these. So our under 15 girls tempo is going to be 15 laps. They're going to receive the whistle shortly when they are all bunched up, indicating the start of the race, but not the start of the point scoring. The whistle's gone, meaning that the race has started. It is non-scoring, but that does not mean that it is neutral. Riders can still attack if they please, but there is just no points scored for the first couple of laps. The bell is then rung at 11 laps to go. There is a sprint every single lap after that. There is only 1 point available each lap, and that goes to the first rider across the line. There are 10 points to be gained if you lap the field, and on the opposite, if you lose a lap on the field, you lose 10 points. There is no double points on the final sprint. It is only 1 point for every single lap. There are so many different ways a tempo can go. Sometimes you see the points evenly shared out amongst 8 or 9 riders, each scoring 1 or 2 points, and then it comes down to the final sprint. Other times, one rider may score 7 points if they try and make a move with 7 to go, and they just score every single point after that. So there's a lot of different ways that this race can go. We have to wait and see how it happens. As we see a move here from Freya Englishen from the Dulwich Cycling Club. She wants to get amongst the points early, try and secure herself at least 1 point, and she does so there. She's going to grab 1 point and go into the early lead. Now, another thing to note about the tempo is that if riders are on equal points, it comes down to their place in the final sprint. So that final sprint really does matter a lot, especially if there are a lot of riders on equal points. As we see, rider number 63, that's Parivi. She grabbed a point there, and she might just grab a second one here. Yes, she will. The rider from the Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club picks herself up a couple points there, and she goes into the race lead. We see gaps forming here. Rider number 70 on the front, that's Grace Alcock. She won the scratch race and is now trying to get herself amongst the points here in the tempo. She's going to be challenged here by Winter Bradshaw. A throw on the line there, leave it up to the commissaires. But Grace Alcock is there, she's confirmed. She grabs herself a point. And now Freya's coming back for more. She grabbed the first point of this race and is now trying to get herself a second, and she will do so, and she's got herself a little bit of an advantage there. Will she continue on with it? It looks like she will. And for the moment, it looks like she'll grab 3 points now and take herself into the overall race lead. So now the response comes from behind. And it looks like it's the rider of rider number 65. That's Caitlin Death. She's yet to score a point here, ladies and gentlemen, but she's going to take this one out. And it looks like she might even grab herself a second, but the response is coming from behind. Freya Inglisson, she's the current leader of this bike race with 3 points. Caitlin Death, though, she's going to pick herself up a second. Can she pick herself up a third? The response is coming from behind from Freya. Winter Bradshaw in amongst it as well. She's yet to score a point, so she'll want this one to be brought back. Annika Astridge as well from the Canberra Cycling Club. She's also yet to score a point. And now the response comes from Mackenzie Stevens, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Mackenzie Stevens now. She's bridging this gap. Caitlin Death, she secures herself another point. But Mackenzie Stevens now comes onto terms with half a lap left before the next points. Mackenzie Stevens, I think, will pick up this one. And will she be able to pick up the final sprint? We'll have to wait and see. But Caitlin Death won't be too concerned about that because the best she can score is 2 points. Caitlin Death, though, just has to beat Freya in this final sprint. Or if she wins this final one, that will secure herself the win. Coming from behind Annika Astridge, but she won't get there. Caitlin Death, I think, just gets there. And with that, she secures herself the tempo, ladies and gentlemen. I believe Freya Inglisson has done enough to hold on to second place. Paravi, I think, will hold on to third. And then your guess is as good as mine for the rest of the placings, because there were a couple riders on 1 point, Grace Alcock, Mackenzie Stevens. And then our minor places will be determined by who placed higher in that final sprint. But that is the tempo, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very hard race. The pace is always on as we wait. And now for our under 15 men, they will be rolling out shortly. We now have our under 15 men rolling out for their tempo. They follow the same formula as our under 15 women. 15 laps, points only starting when they receive the bell at 11 laps to go. But that doesn't stop one of our riders here taking it up early. Like I said before, even though these laps are non-scoring laps, it doesn't mean that they are neutral laps. It doesn't mean that you just have to roll around until the sprints start. You can certainly kick it off, and that is what is done here by rider number 29. That is Joel Gourley. He was just caught in the final stages of the opening scratch race, and he seems to be one of the riders that really want to light it up here. One rider's coming with him. That's rider number 30. That's Sean Bates. Sean Bates, super clever in that scratch race, following the wheels well. He got second, and now he comes up onto terms with Joel Gourley, my apologies. Sean Bates, he'll take out the first of the sprints and grab himself 1 point. These two riders have got themselves an advantage. Will they work together is the question. Sean Bates, he seems committed. Likewise, Joel Gourley. They've got themselves at least a quarter lap on the field. Sean Bates, he'll pick up a second point here. Joel Gourley yet to score a point. Will Sean Bates let him have this one? Or will he try and out-sprint him here? It looks like Joel Gourley, he's going to take out this point here. So it's 2 points to Sean Bates, 1 to the rider of Joel Gourley. We've got a rider, though, from the Illawarra Cycling Club who is just caught in no man's land there. That is the worst position to be caught in because you are working so hard but not scoring any points. Sean Bates, he'll come around now. He'll score himself his third point. These two riders, though, they look like they are working together really well, and there's full commitment between the two of them. So if they keep working together here well, you'd have to say one of those two riders is going to ride away with this tempo. At the moment, Sean Bates has got the lead, but Joel Gourley's going to pick himself up the second point. What is the response like in the peloton? The gap isn't extending. It's sort of holding at about that just over quarter lap advantage. But the riders down in front, they have full commitment, whereas the riders in the peloton are sort of looking at each other. You chase, no, I'll chase, no, I want to sit in. But now Joel Gourley, he's left Sean Bates behind. He said, I'm going solo on this one. Sean Bates just doesn't seem to have the legs at the moment. But he's already got himself a 2-point advantage. That's going to close now to 1 as Joel Gourley picks up his third point. Sean Bates still the leader of this bike race with 4 points. You'd have to say he secured himself at worst second position in this bike race. Joel Gourley now, he's going to pick himself up the 4th of his points. Now on to equal pegging with Sean Bates. Sean Bates, I think, has done enough here to secure himself second position. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to get back onto terms with Joel Gourley, and Joel Gourley's got himself half a lap advantage here, ladies and gentlemen. He was denied in the opening scratch race, and he doesn't want to make it denied again. He's going to ride away with this tempo, you'd have to think. Now the response comes from rider number 23 in the main field. That is Jaden Matty, ladies and gentlemen. Jaden is trying to bring this one back, but ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the bike race undoubtedly is going to go to Joel Gourley. Second position will be Sean Bates, but the best of the rest will be the rider that wins the sprint here between those scored on 0 points. So third position is certainly up for grabs. Joel Gourley, ladies and gentlemen, he takes it out. Who's going to be third position here? It's going to be a throw on the line, but rider number 11, unofficially, of course, ladies and gentlemen, Jonah Hall, though, I believe will pick up third position despite not scoring a point. And that is the beauty of the tempo. You can go without scoring the entire race and still pick up third position. Just the way the racing goes sometimes, ladies and gentlemen. But undoubtedly there, a super strong ride from Joel Gooley. He takes it ahead of Sean Bates. And another one of our stores. You heard me talking about our canteen earlier, but if you're not in the mood for food or drink, but in the mood to talk bikes, come up to the top of the grandstand tier. Just opposite the start-finish line, the Velo Pro store is set up. They've got all your bike needs sorted. Need something extra for the weekend or something for going forward? Velo Pro, they've got all your needs sorted, from glasses to chain rings and everything in between. Be sure to check them out up the top here of the grandstand. They've got everything you could possibly need for your track bike. Be sure to pay them a visit. Talk bikes. Talk your setup. He'll be here throughout the weekend. But if you want to beat the rush, make sure to come up, have a chat. Potentially after you grabbed yourself something to eat and drink. Now head up to the top of the track. Just near the start-finish line, the table is set up. And then got all your goodies sorted. So we now see the second heat of our under 15 boys now rolling to the top of the track. As we see, the bell has been rung, indicating the start of the point scoring. Up towards the front is Adama, but he's just gonna get rolled, I think, there on the line by Lucas Stribic. Very close on the line. Wait to see what the commissaires decide on that one. But Lucas Stribic, he's back out towards the front. This time, one of our Canberra riders trying to challenge around the outside. Oh, again, maybe Strubic this time. Maybe he got rolled this time. There's confirmation of the first sprint. Lucas Strubic took it out. And confirmation of the second sprint. Lucas Strubic also took that one out. So Lucas Strubic, he goes into the early lead of the bike race. Now rider number 28. That is the rider of Declan Zing. He picks up himself a point. And it looks like he'll pick himself up a second point here. So Declan, he also goes to 2 points. Now on equal terms with Strubic. A lot of riders still yet to score a point as we see gaps opening up all over this field. And that is what makes this tempo so hard, is that there is always something to play for each lap. So the pace never comes off. Unlike in many of the other races that you see, where the pace can come off, in the tempo, it is always on. Picking up the point there, that was Jake Pentland. And he leads them through here on the front straight. Lucas Strubic, though, says, 1 point was enough for you. I want to pick up some more. And now Lucas Strubic, ladies and gentlemen, he's on the charge. He's got Peter Samuel locked in on the wheel. Can Samuel come over the top to try and challenge? No, he can't, ladies and gentlemen. Lucas Strubic, he picks himself up yet another point, and he's just said, come over the top if you can, but I'm just going to ride hard tempo. Peter Samuel, he can't hold the wheel. He's getting distance now, and now Lucas Strubic is riding away with this one. Can there be any response from the field? The Blackburn rider, he swings off, says, I can't chase it down. Lucas Strubic, though, he's riding away with this one. He's got himself about a 40-metre advantage. The Carnegie Caulfield rider says, I can't pull it back either. They're in 1s and 2s behind here, ladies and gentlemen. And the pace hasn't dialed off for a second. Lucas Strubic, though, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to ride away with this one. But this is where the count back and the looking on the final sprint really counts here. On 2 points, though, Declan Zhang. He's going to be unchallenged, you'd have to say, for second position. Third position, Jack Pentland. He could have third position here locked up. You then have to look down to those of the non-scoring. And coming around now, this is rider number 6. That is the rider there of Leroy Bartlett. Unofficially, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we wait for the commissaire's decision. But I think Leroy Bartlett, because he was the best of the rest, I think he gets himself 4th position. Again, we'd have to wait and confirm, but there's no waiting to confirm. The winner of that bike race from the Liquor Morban Cycling Club, Lucas Strubic. We now move on to our under 17 women's tempo. 20 laps for them, following the same, very similar format to what we saw in our under 15s. There will be the non-scoring laps for the first few laps, and then at 16 laps to go, there will be a sprint every lap. Again, 1 point for each lap, only awarded to the first rider. 10 points if you gain or lose a lap. And here comes the bell, and here comes the first of our moves. From rider number 266, that is Shavi Tanksel from the Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club. Challenge there, just at the end there, from the rider of Juno Smith. Very close on the line, and yes, Juno Smith, she spoils the party. She gets herself 1 point. Now Zoe May on the front. Will she be challenged here? No, she won't. Zoe May, she takes out a point. She swings up the track, not trying to be too greedy. She says, I've got 1 point, now I need to save my energy. Now on the front is the rider of rider number 276. That's Ruby Savage. She picks up a point and says, yep, I'm gonna go sit back in now. Now, towards the front, Juno Smith again. She's already got herself 1 point. She's trying to double up here. Will she be challenged in the front straight? Yes, she will. And I think she's just been rolled there. Yes, she has. Matilda Trevorrow, she picks up her first point, and now we see a move here with the very, very distinguishable Ava Gidget Rogers with the pink rims. She picks up a point there, opens her scoring account. Now the separations are starting to begin here, ladies and gentlemen. Rogers on the front, but she's being challenged here on the hip. I believe that's Isla Shaw, I could be mistaken. Rider number 277, no, that is Isla Shaw. Did she do enough there in that sprint? Yes, she did. Now those two go clear. The scratch race winner, Janet Gallagher, just being distanced at the moment, but she's getting back into that wheel. Rogers now, she said, I've got 1, let me double up now. She picks up 2. Now Jenny Gallagher, she finds herself on the front. She's yet to score. She's been amongst that move. Is someone going to spoil the party for her? No, they aren't. Gallagher, she picks up her first point as the peloton now starts to come back together, but there are a lot of tired legs out there, ladies and gentlemen. The pace has been on since lap 1. Rogers, she is the current leader of this bike race. She will try and pick herself up a third, but Isla Shaw now, she challenges. She'll pick up her second, but look how many riders are on 1 point, ladies and gentlemen. This one is far from over. Isla Shaw and Rogers, they've both got 2 points, but now a new face enters into the mix. Can she come around and score this point? Yes, she will, ladies and gentlemen. This is rider 271. That is Hannah Walters. She's got herself about a 10-metre gap here. They let anyone. Hello, you down? Good to see you. And now the gap has formed, and now the response comes. Hannah Walters, though, she picks up herself her second point. That puts her into equal first. Now, we've got 3 riders tied on first position. Who's this rider now trying to grab another point? This is rider 278. That is Evelyn Power. I don't think she scored a point yet, so she goes and adds herself to all those riders that are on 1 point. But she's going to double up here. You'd have to think, ladies and gentlemen, Evelyn Power, can she grab herself her second point? Yes, she can, ladies and gentlemen. She's got 3 laps left to run. Can she pick herself up her third point? And that will move her into the outright lead of this bike race here. Evelyn Power, she's got herself about 60 meters on the back straight. She will pick up her third point. She will be into the outright lead of this bike race. If she picks up the fourth point, you'd have to say it's race said and done, but she swings up, ladies and gentlemen. She doesn't have the legs, she swings up. That invites everyone else back into the bike race. And one of those riders that's trying to capitalize is Jenna Gallagher. Evelyn Power, can she hold on? Yes, you'd have to say she can, but here comes Gallagher, ladies and gentlemen. Gallagher's looking for her second point here. Evelyn Power, though, she's done enough to secure herself the win. Jenna Gallagher, she will move on to 2 points, and I believe will take out second position. Oh, but coming back with so much pace there on the line, 261, I think it was.
I'm just going to drop this.
Maddie Douglas Savage, I don't know if she did enough there to come and spoil the party, but ladies and gentlemen, what a bike race that was. Your winner, Evelyn Power. She timed her move to perfection, grabbed 4 points in a row, and that's the beauty of the tempo, ladies and gentlemen. It can change in a heartbeat. Evelyn Power takes that one out. And oh my goodness, the commissaires, they've got themselves a job there to sort out the minor places. I think Jenna Gallagher, in my opinion, might have done enough to get herself second position, but of course, unofficial until it is confirmed. As we have our first heat of our under-17 men's tempo, they will be rolling out shortly. And there's the drum of the boards, ladies and gentlemen. This is the under-17 men's first heat. They followed the same formula as the under-17 women. 20 laps. A few of those not scoring, and then with 16 laps to go, they will receive the bell. It is then 1 point for the winner of each lap. After that, "17 laps to go," so they'll receive the bell next time around, and then after that we're into our scoring. On the front, the rider from the Canberra Cycling Club. That's rider 116. That is Will Astridge, being challenged though by Joshua Moore. Joshua Moore, he's done enough there to pick himself up 1 point. Is he going to continue on with it? Yes, he will. Astridge, though, certainly not out of it. He's trying to come back onto terms into the back straight, but Joshua Moore, I think, has done enough here to secure himself the opening 2 points. Will Astridge there. He's used a lot of energy, but the rider I'm really looking forward to seeing how they race this one is the rider of Jet Stokes. He's sitting in and amongst it, but at the moment the race out in front, this is the Carnegie Caulfield rider 117. That is Ewan Brown. He picks himself up a point. Can he get himself two? The response is coming from behind. A big move here into the front straight. Does he have enough to hold on? I don't think he did there. And the race continues on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sitting up here in the grandstand and my legs are hurting watching this one. Look at the race behind. It is completely split up here. Out the front though, rider 114. That's Omir Kamizi. He's taking it out here. He swings up the track. The early point scorer of Joshua Moore is back in it. He's going to try and pick himself up a third point here. And yes, he will. Joshua Moore moves on to 3. But look at the race behind, ladies and gentlemen. It is exploded behind. There's a challenge here for this sprint. It's going to be close on the line, but I think the inside's going to take it. That's rider 141. Yes, Seth Harrison, he takes out the point. Wow, they are really split up here. Look to the commissaires to be pointing to who's the front of the race. Coming around now, 109, that's Joseph Natoli. He had a really good late charge in the opening scratch race. The current leader of the bike race, Joshua Moore. Jacob McLaughlin now gets himself towards the front. He's yet to score. He'll pick up his first points of this bike race. Joshua Moore, again, he's ever present towards the front. He's already got 3. He's going to try and move to 4. If he moves to 4, he's got himself a nice advantage over second position. And yes, he does, ladies and gentlemen. Joshua Moore, he moves on to 4 points. But this race is certainly not over. We still have 5 laps left to run. Joshua Moore, though, he has himself an advantage. Omir, though, now, rider 114. Omir now, he grabs himself a third point, so he narrows that margin back up again to Moore. But look how many riders, ladies and gentlemen, are on 1 point. Can Jacob McLaughlin move on to 2? Yes, I think he can. So Jacob McLaughlin now, he moves into second position, but he's not content with just third position. He wants himself more points. McLaughlin now into the back straight. He'll pick up himself his third point. So now he's on to equal peggings with Omir for second position. He's dragged the race leader, though, Joshua Moore, with him. If he can secure this point, he's on to terms with Joshua Moore. McLaughlin, he looks like he's fading. Moore, can he get around? Yes, he can, ladies and gentlemen. Joshua Moore, he's going to get himself another point here, and he's going to ride away with this bike race, ladies and gentlemen. Now, what is really interesting to see, can McLaughlin hold on for this last lap? If he holds on here, he will secure himself second position. Omir's trying to get back at him, but you don't think he can here with the way the race is. But ladies and gentlemen, coming into the front straight now, the winner of the bike race, Joshua Moore. In second position, Jacob McLaughlin. And I believe he's done enough to hold on to third. Omir there, I think, has done enough to hold on to third position. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you, but I'm sitting up here and my legs are sore watching that race. That peloton was never together for, I'd say, the last 15 laps of that race. Just the way that race was done, it was so fast. Joshua Moore, he picked up the early 2 points, and then he rode away with it in the end. Joshua Moore, he takes out that first heat of the under-17 men's. as we wait for the riders to come off the track, and then we will be into Heat 2.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I can do this one if you like. Do you deliberately have a filter in? Cool.
Do you want to touch it?
Cool. So were you on bunch this one?
Yes.
Cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, on our live stream, there will just be a slight pause in our program, just for a couple minutes or so, as the results of that final race are finalized. Riders spread out across the track. And because of the way the tempo is, and because of the AJTS points, they've got to sort out all the minor placings. A lot of riders there on 0 points, and that's where it comes down to that final sprint, that final lap, decide all those minor places. So the commissaires now going over the tape, going over the race footage just to determine those final rankings. And then we'll be moving on to our under 17 men's, our second of our heats for our tempo. After which we will be getting into our keirins, I believe. But our commissaires, you have to feel for them when they have to go through and check all that race. That race was done at such a speed, riders all over the track. So they've just got a couple minutes now to finalise the results, and then we'll be on to our second heat of our under 17 boys. And then we'll be going into our keirins for our under 15 men and women. But for the moment, and there is the results there. Joshua Moore, the victory. And I believe because he's on 16 points, I believe he was awarded a lap gain as well. But that doesn't do too much in terms of the result. But Joshua Moore there, confirmation as the winner of the last tempo. We now get into our second heat. And if our second heat is anything like what we just saw in our first heat, we're going to be in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. I say that as someone who's very comfortable in their chair and not having to being out there racing at the speeds that these riders are doing so. But we've got one rider here just off the front, rider 148. That's Asher Olsen. A reminder, even though these laps are non-scoring laps, again, they are not neutral laps. So Asher Olsen, he was, I think, a little bit in two minds there at the start. Do I go on with this? Do I sit up? But it looks like he's committed now. And there hasn't been a response yet from the main field. Asher Olsen, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to come around now to receive the belt. That means on the next round, he will be scoring points. He's got himself about half a lap advantage here, ladies and gentlemen. And with the craziness that we've seen in our tempos all the way from our under 15s, this could be a very good move here. Asher Olsen, he's going to score himself the first points. And you'd have to think that he might just score himself a second one as well. Asher Olsen, he'll pick up the first. He's getting the support of the crowd. They want him to go on with this one. And the peloton, they're a half a lap behind. So yes, they may be rolling around, but if they don't catch Asher Olsen, they're not going to be amongst the points. Asher Olsen, he's going to get himself a second point. Can he pick himself up a third? If he picks himself up a third, you'd have to think he's right up there in contention for the win in this race. Asher Olsen, ladies and gentlemen, this would be a ride if he's able to pull this one off. He's going to pick himself up a third. Is a fourth too much of a stretch? Because now the response really comes from the peloton. They're like, hang on, this is a bike race here, ladies and gentlemen. Will Sheringham, he takes up the pace, but Asher Olsen, ladies and gentlemen, he's just out of reach. Can he pick up a fourth? If he picks up a fourth, you'd have to say he's in a real chance for the win. Asher Olsen, he's got himself the fourth point. And now it's just about survival for Asher Olsen. He can't lose a lap. If he loses a lap, it's all in vain. But the race is back out in front here, ladies and gentlemen. This is rider 140. He picks up a point now, Zucchiatti. But ladies and gentlemen, the race is out in front. Zucchiatti, will he be challenged? No, he won't. Luca Zucchiatti, he takes up his first point. But ladies and gentlemen, Asher Olsen, he is still the leader of the bike race. Harvey Challenor now, he comes to the front. With 9 laps left to go, Zucchiatti coming back at him. I don't know if he did enough there to hold off that challenge. Asher Olsen, he's still the leader of the bike race, but if he loses a lap, he's out of that position. Tyler Kunoff, points. Luca of the scratch race, Ruben Shepherd, he's on the charge. Asher yes, he can. And I think he's going to even do enough for 3. Ruben Shepherd now, he's on to 2. I think he'll pick up 3. Yes, he will, ladies and gentlemen. Ruben Shepherd picks up 3. And I think he'll pick up 4 as well. That extends his lead in this bike race. The response really has to come from behind now. Tyler Kunoff and Lucas Zucchiatti, they're tied on 2. Ruben Shepherd, though, he's riding away with this one, ladies and gentlemen. Now the tactical games begin. They're thinking, okay, we can't pin him back, but now we're going to have to settle for second, I think, is the conversation going on in a lot of these riders' heads. Ruben Shepherd, he's going to extend his lead here, but you'd have to say he's done enough to secure this bike race. But the race is really on behind. We've got 2 riders currently tied for second position, Tyler Kunoff and Luca Zucchiatti. Ruben Shepherd may even pick up a lap here, which changes the dynamics yet again. The lap is given for Shepherd. Now, your guess is as good as mine for what happens for the rest of the field. I see Zucchiatti's dropped off. So Tyler Kunoff, I think, will secure second. Zucchiatti, I think, is resigned to the fact he'll get third. I think there will be points awarded for this sprint. And they've got themselves with half a lap to go. Harvey Challenor looks like he's going to try and challenge. Does he have the legs? Close on the line there, rider 102. I think did enough. Cam Franks on the inside. But ladies and gentlemen, no disputing the winner of the bike race there, Ruben Shepherd. He seized the opportunity. He followed the early moves, didn't put himself out in the wind. And then when the time was right, he launched it. Ruben Shepherd, he takes out that bike race. Your guess is as good as mine for the minor places. And now we move on to our under 15 girls. So our under 15 girls will have our first under 15 girls will have their keirin. Now, the keirin, ladies and gentlemen, is unlike any other bike race that you see on road or track. And if this is your first time watching a keirin, or a quick refresher on how keirin works, let me talk you through it. We've got 6 laps of the track. We have a motorbike out on course though. You might be wondering, what is the motorbike doing there? Well, the motorbike will lead the riders around for the first 3 laps. The riders cannot pass the motorbike at any point during those 3 laps. The motorbike then pulls off with 3 laps left to go. It is then just a normal scratch race format for the finale. There are a couple of other rules though in terms of what the riders have to do in the first few laps. The riders will be drawing for their positions on the fence. We have around 6 riders, sometimes we may have 5 riders in a heat. Riders draw for their positions 1 through to 6. Riders must stay in that position for at least the first lap. So you can't chop and change for the first lap. Riders are then able to move around the track as they please. I hope that all makes sense to you as we have our motorbike being warmed up. And then we are underway for our keirins. We have our under 15 men and under 15 women with their keirins before we have our 20-minute break. So we have our under 15 women now ready to go. The motorbike pulls off into the back straight. So we'll have our under 15 women getting ready shortly for the first heat of our keirins. There is also a final of this race. So the first three in this keirin, for Heat 1 and for Heat 2, will progress to Event 13. They'll progress to Event 13, Heat 2, and then the remainder will progress to Event 13, Heat 1.
How this one works? No, okay, that's fine. I'll show you. That's right.
So our riders are underway here. The bike will pull off with 3 laps to go. And then it is up to the riders how they want to ride this one. Rider number 61 on the motorbike at the moment. That is Amelia Jarevkova from the Brunswick Cycling Club. Now the motorbike pulls off the track. Amelia still leading. Amelia, she's got her head on the swivel at the moment, looking around. 2 laps to go. Freya now, she drew last position and has moved herself right up to the front. She's got Winter Bradshaw tucked in on the wheel. Freya, a very strong endurance rider. She's going to try and lead this one out now with 1 lap to go. Winter Bradshaw, though, she hasn't put her head in the wind this entire race, and now she kicks out. Does she have the strength to come over the top? At the moment, though, Freya's holding strong. It's going to be a drag race into the back straight. Winter Bradshaw, though, is coming over the top. Does she have enough to hold on to it? Yes, she does, ladies and gentlemen. Winter Bradshaw, she takes out the first heat of the keirins. What a very strong ride there from Winter. Followed the wheels well, and time to move to perfection there in the final lap.
Hey, great work in your, was it the tempo? No, it was scratch you let out? Scratch, well done. Yeah, see, I lost out on that one. As I said to Patty one day, if you get 3rd overall, I'll buy you a new pair of glasses. Yeah, if they've got 3rd, then opens up going, oh, because you're the one that, oh, you, the most expensive pair you can think of. Anyway, okay. Fetch, you go. Also for some of them it could be their first. Do you want to have a go at this one?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah.
So I've just actually look when you go to turn it, it will be once you unlock it there, it'll be a bit looser this way.
Okay.
The friction was a bit tight.
Yep.
So I've just loosened it a little bit, so it should spin a bit easier left to right for you.
I think you're just waiting for that to come
Yeah, that rider's got to come all out.
I'm excited.
It'll be a bit messy. For some of them, they may not practice this, so like jets, you don't get that program elsewhere.
Yeah.
So some of the skills that they get in jets, some of the other states don't do as well.
Right.
Which is also why the leads can come down very hard on the Queenslanders. She expects a very high standard out of us. Yeah. That would be the other thing to say to Oscar is just realise you're held to a different standard.
Okay.
So the motorbike comes around now. This is our 2nd heat for our under 15 women. Tucked in behind the bike, that's Lara Van Dawson. Lara had some very strong results. The recent Junior Tour of Sydney. A very fast rider in a sprint finish. Picking up a couple of wins there. So definitely a rider to watch from the Southern Cross Cycling Club. She's drawn behind the motorbike. Which means she has to stay there just for the first lap. Now we see the bike coming around now. They've got 1 lap of the controlled pace of the motorbike before the motorbike will peel off, and then it is up to the riders how they want to race it after that. Lara Van Dawson, though, she sticks to the wheel of the motorbike. She's happy to stay there. And now the bike pulls off, and now we see what are the tactics for the rest of the group. Lara Van Dawson, though, she doesn't want to lead it out. She swings up the track. Likewise does Grace Alcock. No one really wanting to commit to the front. Rider number 72, that is Mackenzie Stevens. She said, okay, if no one else wants to, I will do it. Grace Alcock, she tucks into second wheel. Behind her, Annika Astridge. Caitlin Death has got herself a little bit boxed in there. She'll have to find her way out there with 1.5 laps to go. The pace is really off here. It's going to come down to a big kick in the final lap. It is still rider number 72, Mackenzie Stevens. She's leading this one out. Now the moves come from behind. Grace Alcock, she's the one to start the charge. But Mackenzie Stevens is still holding them out here. Annika Astridge, though, with a late charge from behind. Annika Astridge, she's trying to come onto the hip, but Mackenzie Stevens is holding strong. Mackenzie Stevens, does she have enough? Oh, close on the line. Very close there. I think Mackenzie did do enough there to hold that one out. We'll have to go to the commissaire's decision for that. Annika Astridge, though, she had a really strong final lap. Did she do enough there in the finale? We'll have to wait and see. No, she didn't, ladies and gentlemen. Mackenzie Stevens, she's confirmed as the winner. She takes it ahead of Annika Astridge and Grace Alcock. They round out your top three. So this is our under 15 boys, our first heat of our keirins. So everyone will progress to event 14. First we'll go to heat 5, second to heat 4, third to heat 3, fourth to heat 2, fifth to heat 1, and also sixth to heat 1. So that's the progression for our under 15 men. And this is the first of our heats. And rider number 27, that is Jack Pentland, who's locked in behind the motorbike. Again, first 3 laps, the motorbike is there. And then the motorbike swings off, and it is up to the riders to see how they race this one. Rider number 27, that's Jack Pentland. He's still leading them out. He doesn't want to give up that pole position, and everyone else at the moment is happy to tuck in behind. Rider number 7, that is Arav Chakravarti. He's saying, okay, if you want to lead this one out, I'm happy to sit in second wheel. Now the acceleration comes on to the back straight. 1.5 laps to go here. Arav Chakravarti, he tries to launch, but at the moment, Jack Pentland, he's leading this one out. Rider number 13, those coming back at it. That's Zachary Thomas. Zachary Thomas is locked in on the wheel. Jack Pentland's led this one for 6 laps. Can he hold on? Zachary Thomas, though, he's making the charge in the front straight. Does he get there, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, I think he does. Again, leaving it up to the commissaires on that decision. But I think he might have just done enough. Jack Pentland, though, he led it from the start. And there it is, confirmation, ladies and gentlemen. Zachary Thomas, he takes out the second heat. Jack Pentland in second, and then Oliver Morris rounds out the top 3. Third heat of our under 15 men. This time we're being led around. Sorry, second heat is led around by Arav Daisei from the Blackburn Cycling Club. So the bike will swing off this lap, and then it is up to the riders to negotiate how the final 3 go. Arav, though, he looks committed to the front. Just as I say that, he swings up the track, just to sort of prove me wrong there. But no one really wants to lead this one out. Everyone just sort of wants to say, no, you do it. No, you do it. They're up above the blue line here, which indicates that this one is going to be a very fast sprint because the pace is off here. Means everyone's going to come into the final couple laps with completely fresh legs. Who's going to be the first one to make the move? They've got just over 1.5 laps to go. And here comes the move from the Carnegie Caulfield rider. We saw him take out the opening scratch race, but they're alert to it this time here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a drag race in the final lap here. This is Adama. He's leading them in with half a lap to go. Can they come off the wheel? Here comes the challenge into the front straight. Does Adama have the legs? I don't think he does. Rolled on the line there, rider number 28. That's Declan Singh. He takes it out from the Preston Cycling Club. Adama, he takes out second position there. He caught everyone napping with 1.5 laps to go, except for Declan. Declan was on it, didn't miss the move, got into the slipstream. And then he had just had the power there in the final quarter to come over the top. A very hard thing to do when the pace is wound up like that. So a super strong ride there from Declan. He takes out the second heat as we wait now for heat number 3 of our under 15 men. So here we are with our third heat. We just have one non-starter in this heat, that's Charlie Pearson. So we've got 4 riders in this heat for our under 15 men. Currently behind the bike, rider number 10, that's Henry Grigg from the Blackburn Cycling Club. Tucked in behind him, that's Jaden Maddie. Rider number 3, that's Patrick Richardson. And then at the back of the group, rider number 29, that's Joel Gooley. We saw Joel Gooley super active in the tempo, in the scratch race. He's one of those riders that likes to light it up. But how will he negotiate this one? In the first of, you'd have to say, the more sprint-orientated races here, and launching it out early, that's rider number 23, that's Jaden Maddie. He launches it out early. Does he have the legs? It's 2 laps to go now, as now Joel Gooley comes back onto terms with him. And now Joel Gooley, he launches it with 1.5 laps to go, and he's got himself an advantage over the rest of the 3. Do they have the legs to come back now? But at the moment, you'd have to say Joel Gooley's riding away with this one. Into the back straight, Joel Gooley, he's got himself an advantage here, but coming back at him, can he get onto terms with him? No, he can't. Joel Gooley takes it out. Second position will go to rider number 10, that's Henry Grigg. I'm telling you, Strubic's going to win. I think Sean Bates comes second, Peter Samuel gets. Yeah. They've got 4 laps here to go. Peter Samuel, he's the one that's got the bike. How will this one go? You'd have to say you've got the endurance here of Lucas Strubic, the sprint of Peter Samuel. Sean Bates, though, he's been so consistent. He always put himself in the right positions, follows the right moves at the right times. Peter Samuel says, 3 laps on the front, that's enough for me. I'm going to swing up the track. Lucas Strubic now, he follows the wheel. Samuel launches early, but it's sort of one of those fake launches. Strubic now, he's locked in on the wheel. Bates is trying to come over. Peter Samuel, he swings up the track. We saw in the tempo, Strubic just has this innate ability to ride riders off the wheel. Here comes Samuel, though, he's back to the front. Strubic now is locked in on the wheel. Does he have the leg speed to come over the top? Samuel leading it with 3/4 of a lap to go. Now Strubic launches into the back straight. Samuel, though's got the sprinter's lane. He's got the shorter track around. Strubic, though, comes over to the top. Samuel second. Bates will take third. What a race there, ladies and gentlemen. A chaotic one. Samuel, he had the bike. Didn't want to be the one to lead it out. Strubic then said, okay, I'll take it. And then he launched in that final lap. Big power there from Strubic to be able to come around the top of Peter Samuel. A very, very strong rider. So certainly not an easy thing to do. But there, Lucas Strubic, he takes that one out. So here they go. This is the final heat before we go into a 20-minute break. And we've just had an accident there in the back straight. One of our riders has come down. So, and now we have 5 riders out on the track, led by rider number 5, that's Hamish Smith. And now the motorbike swings off the track. Rider number 5, Hamish Smith, he's the one that is leading them out at the moment, tucked in behind Leroy Bartlett. They've got just over 2 laps now to go. Hamish Smith, he sort of committed himself to the front here. Is there going to be a move from behind? And if so, who is the one to make the move? Hamish Smith, 1.5 laps to go. He's still on the front. Leroy Bartlett happy to sit in second position. Now they got 1 lap to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Leroy Bartlett is the one that kicks out. Rider number 31 is on his case though. That's Hudson Taylor. Hudson Taylor now gets into the slipstream. Does he have the legs to come over the top? At the moment, it doesn't look like it. Leroy Bartlett, it looks like he's going to ride away with this one at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Hudson Taylor with a late charge, but Leroy Bartlett, he takes that one out. Hudson Taylor, he's into second. And that is how our final heat of our keirins go. We now move into a 20-minute break. And then we'll be commencing the program with our under-17s. So in this break, be sure to check out the canteen. Grab yourself something to eat and drink. And then we will be getting into our Madisons for our under-17 women and our under-17 men. Good, how are you? Enjoying it? Oh, thank you. In the middle, can't you see the tan lines? Oh, come on. Right in the middle there. Yeah. And one of the other places you need to check out during the break is the VeloPro store. I'm joined here with Neil, who is manning the store today. Neil, talk us through, what are some of the things that you have on offer here for sale for our junior riders?
Well, a new one that we have is a extra large frame, which a lot of people have been interested in, and also a lot more clothing, skin suits, bibs, jerseys, and new high quality chain rings, which is good for the, riders that want to have a bit of an edge over the other ones.
Exactly, and you can cop those all here at the store in the grandstand, so just come up to the top of the track. It's right near the start-finish line. You can't miss it. Neil, you've been out here quite a few times. I remember talking to you last year as well. How are you enjoying the racing thus far?
It's always real good racing, heaps of competitive riders, lots of new riders as well, which is really good for the sport. Obviously you want a lot of racing just to encourage people to ride. So yeah, I always enjoy coming out.
And you are a racer yourself. Is there a particular race here that you like to watch, and what's your favorite race to do as a cyclist compared to what's your favorite race to watch as someone up in the grandstand?
I think my favorite was always the elimination, lots of tactical riding, always squeezing through the gaps. For watching, probably points race or elimination as well.
So you would have really liked the tempos, which is similar to the points race, but not quite. Do you have any sort of ones that that's the hardest race? In my opinion, I'd say it was the tempo. But do you have another opinion? What do you think is the hardest race out there on the track?
Yeah, I think the tempo or the points race. The points race always tired me out a lot. But yeah, probably the points race for myself.
And when you are suffering in the points race and you're chewing a lot of stem, hey, it could be worse. You could be chewing a bad stem, but we've got some great stems up here at VeloPro. Yeah, that was a seamless transition into an ad. You didn't see it coming, ladies and gentlemen. VeloPro, they've got all your stem needs sorted. I see that you've got quite a few there for all our different juniors, maybe even some of the parents as well. If they race as well, they want to grab themselves something, a gift for coming out. But Neil, I better not leave you for too long. You got yourself a few customers here, but for everyone in the infield, come up to the top. You've got a 20-minute break. Come say hi to Neil, check out what he's got on offer. And Neil, thank you very much for coming out again today.
Thank you. I always enjoy the commentating.
Oh, there we go. That's the way to get yourself some advertisement. Neil, ladies and gentlemen, he knows everything about bikes. Come up to the top here, have a chat with him. He'll sort you out with something. And Neil, Best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Good to see you again. Neil, ladies and gentlemen, from the Velo Pro store. Like I said, come up to the grandstand. He's located just near the start-finish line. He's got all your needs sorted. Glasses, clothes, chain rings, handlebars, everything in between. Come out, check out Neil. He does a fantastic job for our junior riders, and it's great to pay him back a little bit. But we've got a 20-minute break, so we'll be commencing racing shortly again with our under-17s. a race of collaborations. It's also a race of endurance. It's a race of tactics as well. It is basically a points race with a partner, which you would think, oh, that would make it easier, but it certainly is not. It just means the pace is faster. The sort of theory that's around at Madison is that you want to be coming back in as quickly as possible. So you don't want to be leaving your rider out in the race for an extended period of time. You basically want to come out of the race and then back into the race as quickly as possible. Now, how does the change happen? Well, if you've never seen a Madison before, strap in. The Madison change is one that requires a lot of skill and practice. Riders come in, they interlock hands, and then they quite literally swing the other person in. When the rider is not in the race, they will be riding towards the top of the velodrome, waiting to come back into the race. So you've got 5, 3, 2, and 1. Because we have 4 teams in our under 17 women, that means that every sprint, every team will be scoring at least 1 point. But the way the Madison is, you'd have to say there will be lap gains, lap losses. Just the way that the Madison is, it can split up very, very quickly. And with a field like this, once you are isolated, it is very hard to get back on. Let me talk you through our teams. Team number 14, we've got Prince and Sauvage. Team number 15, Gallagher and May. Team 16, Trevor Rowe and Walters. And then team 18 are both the Allens. A couple of these combinations have raced together before, so they will be slightly more familiar with the way that each other race.
He should be pointing to who the lead is if it gets complicated. So that's the other trick, is you always keep an eye on them. Huh? You got a keirin and a points to go. But normally there's like 10 teams, so you can just imagine trying to keep track of who's who, where's where.
So we have our 4 teams here still together, locked in.
Because you can see who's out and see who's in.
There is 4 laps now before the first of our sprints. Now, because there aren't many teams in this race, we could see some patterns starting to merge. So the first sprint is usually very telling. Now, in the way the Madison is, you want to sort of swing your rider in with just over 1 lap to go. Now, that is textbook Madison theory. Just over 1 lap to go is when you want to swing your rider in, so they have come in with completely fresh legs and they're able to challenge in that sprint. Now, it's easier said than done, of course, saying when or when you should swing each other in. It's a lot easier to sit up here and talk about it, as now they've got themselves a bell. But team number 16, Trevorrow and Walters, they've done the textbook thing of swinging a person in with just over 1 lap to go. But look at the pace coming from behind, ladies and gentlemen. Jenny Gallagher, she also got a really good change there from Zoe May. Gallagher will pick up the first points. Trevorrow and Walters will pick up the 3. And then I believe it was the pairing of Prince and Savage, the 2. And then there it is, confirmation. Prince and Savage. I don't think that was the results, but we'll have to wait and see. Anyway, we have a move here from May now. Zoe May, she is keeping the pace on after that first sprint. Caught in a little bit of a hard spot there. Does she continue on? Does she ease up? But it seems like it's all being brought back together here, with 47 laps to go. Just as I say that, another move there. The pace certainly hasn't been dropped off after the first sprint. They're continuing on here, the 4 teams. The Allen pairing here, they're making their change. Likewise, Gallagher and May, who picked up that first sprint. So we see a couple more changes here from our teams. Just over 2 laps now to go. Anyway, here we go. We've got May on the front. May leading them around now. Is anyone going to challenge over the top? This is Zoe May. She kicks in. Coming over the top, Erin Prince. Close on the line there. So there is a change there in the back straight. Another change for team number 15. So team number 15 is the team of Prince and Savage. And then team number 14 is the team of Gallagher and May.
come up here.
All 4 teams still together as they come around and now. They've just got over half of the race left to go.
Patrick, come here.
You just feel like something is brewing here. The points shared around quite evenly. But now the team of Trevorrow and Walters getting to the front. But these teams very evenly matched over the first half of this racing. They haven't been able to be split just yet. And remember, double points on the final sprint in a race this close, I think, can be extremely decisive. As we see a change here from May and Gallagher. When they're coming into those changes, that is where tactics and thoughts for the next sprint or how they're feeling, that's where it is shared when they are making that change.
Up here, please.
So they've got just a couple laps now till the next sprint. There's the standings after 2 sprints. Gallagher and May lead ahead of Prince and Savage. And now the bell goes. This is the Allen pairing on the front, team number 18. Walters and Trevorrow tucked in there, but look at the pace here from Prince coming right from behind. She can't get over the top though. It's going to be close here, but I think Team 16 will pick up maximum points there. But crucially, for the pairing of Prince and Savage, they're able to bring back a point on the leaders of Gallagher and May there after that sprint. But like I said, look at the change in the standings now. Because of how close this race is, that one sprint could change the entire standings. Before this, we had Gallagher and May. They were out in the lead. But look at how it is now, ladies and gentlemen. After halfway, they are deadlocked at the top. Teams 14, 15, and 16 all tied on 9 points. But the team of Allen are certainly not out of it. They're only 3 points behind, with just a few sprints left. A reminder on what I was saying before, the last sprint is worth double points. And we saw there, just in one sprint, how it all changed. Imagine that with double points. The race could really come down to the final sprint here with our under-17 women. I've just got a little bit of a note from our live stream team who do a fantastic job broadcasting this race to everyone who can't make it here today. They're asking if anyone would like to come up and learn how to live stream, particularly those that are traveling to Perth, as they won't have as many people there able to do the live stream. So if you would like to learn how to do live stream, it's very fun, I must say. Come up to the top here. They'll give you a brief run through, especially those if you go into Perth and you can lend a hand. It's always great to have the live stream out. It helps all those people that aren't able to make it in person and they can watch the racing back home. So if you want to learn how to live stream, come up to the top of the Velodrome right next to the Velo Pro store. Learn how to live stream, grab yourself some gear. What's a better pairing than that with 4 laps left to go before our next sprint? We've got just a lap and a half now to our next intermediate sprint. It's all locked up at the top. Three-way tie at the moment. Gallagher leads, but look, here comes the challenge. Who's going to get this one? Gallagher and May, their pairing was caught out a little bit in the last sprint. They don't want to be caught out again. Gallagher leads. On the hip is team number 15. Can they come around? No, they can't. Gallagher and May, they pick up the maximum points. Prince and Savage, they pick up the 3. I think it was the pairing of Allen, which pick up 2. And then Trevor Rowe and Walters, I think, picked up the 1. But now here are the separations. We've been waiting 40 laps. It's been all together thus far, and now the gaps start to appear. And there is impetus in the chase though, because Walters and Trevor Rowe know that they have to close this one down. We've got 3 teams now out the front. Teams 14, 15, and 16. Is there going to be commitment here? May swings up the track. I would say there's sort of semi-commitment. They go, okay, we'll work, but we're not going to work too hard. You pull the harder turn. They've got 16 and a half laps to go. Let's have a look at what the standings are saying now with 2 sprints remaining. Gallagher and May, they lead on 14 points. Prince and Savage on 12. Trevor Rowe and Walters on 10. And then Haley and Sienna Allen on 8. A reminder, the final sprint worth double points. And how close this race has been, I think that is where the race is really going to be decided. But you'd have to say, let's do some maths here. If Gallagher and May can pick up maximum points, they move themselves on to 19. They'll open up an advantage, but it isn't mathematically secured from that. We've got 4 laps now to the next sprint. All teams back together again. So interesting there. Notice the team of Gallagher and May opted not to change. It looked like it was a planned decision there. And now, also the team of Prince and Savage, they don't change either. Bit of tactics here being played in our under-17 women. Just over 2 laps now to go. Gallagher's controlling the pace on the front. She's happy to lead this one out. A super fast finisher here. The under-17 women's criterium national champion, Jenna Gallagher. She can certainly win it in a sprint, and she's happy to play this game. What do the other teams have to offer here? Gallagher now with just over 1 lap to go. Anyone can challenge. What's the reaction going to be now with 1 lap until our next sprint? It is the second place team of Prince and Savage. They try and challenge into the back straight, but Gallagher's the one to kick early, and Gallagher looks too strong here. Gallagher will pick up the maximum. Savage and Prince will pick up the 3, and then Walters and Trevor Rowe the 2. So we only have 1 sprint now to go.
Hannah missed.
And once These points are updated. We'll see what the math is saying after that. Bear with me, I'm not the best at the subject. At the moment, leading the bike race though, Gallagher and May on 19 points. Prince and Savage are on 15. Trevorrow and Walters on 12. The Allen pairing on 9. Now, let's talk mathematically. Gallagher and May's main opponent here is Prince and Savage. But like the tempo, the better placed team in the final takes the win if they are on tied points. But May and Gallagher aren't even leaving that one to chance, ladies and gentlemen. They've made the move here. Trevorrow and Walters, they're the only ones able to stick with it at the moment. It looks like the pairing of Prince and Savage have run out of gas here, ladies and gentlemen. Now this could change the way it ends up here. May and Gallagher, they're riding away with this one here, ladies and gentlemen. Even if the pairing of Walters and Trevorrow win this final sprint, and Gallagher and May get second, they still win the bike race. But Trevorrow and Walters can put themselves in a position to overtake the current second place of Prince and Savage. I hope that all makes sense. And Savage knows the danger, and she's the one to take it up the chase here. And she's doing a fantastic job, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the pace into the back straight. Trevorrow and Walters, they know the danger. They want to take this one. May and Gallagher, you'd have to say, just have to hold on to second place here, and they'll take out this bike race. 4 laps left to run here, ladies and gentlemen. Trevorrow and Walters, they're trying to grab the 10. May and Gallagher, they're just trying to hold on to grab the 6. Gallagher's going to come in with fresh legs now, with 3 laps left to go. Walters and Trevorrow are out the front. Now Savage is really starting to hurt. Erin Prince, she's out of the race. It doesn't look like she's got anything left, so it's up to Savage now. Can she get back onto terms? But look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Jenna Gallagher, she's not going to settle for second place in this final sprint. She wants to win it. Now, Gallagher back onto the wheel. Team number 16, though, I think will have to win this final sprint in order to overtake the pairing of Prince and Savage. Gallagher, though, is she going to spoil the party? Does she want to grab the 10? She doesn't have to. She'll win either way, but she does want to, ladies and gentlemen. That's the sort of pairing that Gallagher and May are. They want to win it, and they want to win it in emphatic fashion, and that's what they do, ladies and gentlemen. Jenna Gallagher, Zoe May, they take out the bike race. Trevorrow and Walters, they'll pick up 6. Savage and Prince will pick up 4. And I think they've done enough there to hold on to second position. We'll wait until the commissaires decide. But ladies and gentlemen, there's no disputing the fact. The winner of the bike race, Jenna Gallagher and Zoe May. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Confirmation, Gallagher and May taken ahead of Prince and Savage, Trevorrow and Walters in 3rd position. What a bike race that was, ladies and gentlemen. You didn't know what way it was going until the final. And someone that knows a little bit about the Madison, I'm joined here with Anna Dubier. Yes, the younger sister. She knows a little bit about this Madison. She raced it in the World Championships representing Australia with Amelie Sanders from Queensland, another one of the riders that has come through the HATS program, and they claimed the bronze medal. A super strong ride there in the Netherlands. Anna joins me here today. Anna, talk us through a little bit about this Madison over the 60 laps. What are some of the things that are going through our under-17 riders' minds at the moment?
60 lap Madison is a long Madison. We have to make sure we remember the double points on the final sprint, as we saw it really heavily decided that last women's race, where it definitely could have jumped a couple places up. With a few teams here for the boys, they have to make sure they're in good positioning for the sprints, making sure the timing of the changes is very important. Sitting with that 7, 4, and 1 and a bit to go is obviously the Madison rule that everyone should go by. We need to make sure that that we're all going above changes. It's a very safe Madison. And a lot can happen in the back end of a Madison. We've seen teams that can blow up towards the end that start off really strong at the start. It's just maintaining that consistency across the entire race.
So you said there about maintaining consistency. There's 7 teams on the track here. So a few teams each sprint will be missing out on points. Now, Anna, you've seen the way the women's race was done. It really blew up there in the final stages. It was super close right up until about 10 laps to go, and then it just seemed like the race really opened up there. In this under-17 men's field, what do you predict, what do you expect that we could possibly see in this 60-lap race?
I think we'll see a very similar thing. The teams will go out really, really hard at the start, and there'll be gaps happening and heaps of people chasing. But I think the first maybe 3 or 4 sprints will be really, really quick, and it'll be that back end that really decides the races. We'll see the real strong teams come out to play towards the end.
So now we're watching our under-17 men's get underway. The first of the changes have been completed. Anna, the changes, the under-17s make them look so simple, as we see a move here from one of our teams. They make them seem so simple, but how difficult is that change to do for someone if you've never done a Madison change before? How difficult is that really to do?
It's a lot more difficult than these boys make it look. It's quite daunting when you first start making the changes, especially on a bank track with such a pace drop in between when you throw your rider in and being in the race. The difference in speed is quite dramatic, and just managing dropping off the banking onto the grey band is an art in itself as well, without coming off at too much speed. And also when you're in the Madison and the rider's changing in front of you, to making sure you see which is your partner, to see which positioning you have to be when you're out of the race on the track. It's a lot of thinking, and that mental game also tires out the legs, not just the actual race.
Thank you very much, Anna, for your insight here. As we see a little bit of a move here, this has really split up the field early on. All right, the team of 16, that's Brinkley and Schmidtke. They've been really active the first couple of laps here. But for the moment, the bunch still seems to be together, but it's just a little bit like an elastic. You just seem like it's just gonna snap. We saw the gaps open up. And with that, there has been a gap opened up. That is team number 13. Has opened up an advantage there, and they will claim maximum points. Team 15 there. This is an official warning for team number 17. Team number 17, an official warning for the going under the change there. Team number 17, that's the pairing of Knuth and Harrison. That's an official warning from the commissaires for going underneath the change. So Zucchiatti and Shepherd there picked up the 5. Now Zucchiatti and Shepherd, I know they've done a lot of Madisons together, so they'll really know each other's style, know when each other are suffering, know when each other are feeling good. So in my eyes, you're going to have to really look out for that pairing because they know each other so well. It's hard to beat that sort of chemistry. As we see team 15 now, they're getting towards the front. Team number 17 again up towards the front. No one really wanting to commit with just over 3 laps now to go. So like Anna was saying, what's the Madison theory, Anna? When is the ideal time to change before a sprint?
With about 1 and a bit to go, maybe throughout in the middle of turn 3 and turn 4, coming into 1 lap to go, you throw in fresh legs for the sprint, and then it's just a 1 lap all out for that rider.
And here goes Moore. Moore's launched it. The current race leaders are trying to get back onto terms. Can they get there? It's going to be close. Zucchiatti calls Shepherd out of the change. Zucchiatti gets there. Moore picks up points for his team though. I don't think they scored anything in the first sprint, so those are very valuable points there. And as we see a big counter move, ladies and gentlemen, this is where it really starts to hurt. You've given it all in that sprint and big fresh legs come into it. Now you're really starting to suffer there. That is the team of Natoli and Ermit. They were in second position after that first sprint, and now they've launched the counter attack and they're going on with it. Team number 17, Cunniff and Harrison, they're in pursuit. Zucchiatti and Shepherd, though, they seem like they're going backwards at the moment. Natoli and Ermit, though, they're going really strong here, but they've still got 37 laps left to go. That is a long way to be out there by yourself. And the break has been established, ladies and gentlemen. Anna said that this would probably happen. She said it was going to happen a little bit later, but about halfway through this race, we've got 3 teams out in front, and it looks like there is solid collaboration between them. That's because if they are to collaborate, they guaranteed themselves some points. But it doesn't seem like there is full collaboration out in front. And riders are being able to get back into it after being previously distanced. And that's what happens. A momentary lapse of collaboration out in front and teams can come right back into the race. Just over 2 laps now to go. Team 17, they make their change, but there's a big move here from Team 15, that's Natoli and Ermit. Where's the fresh legs for 15? I don't think they're gonna get fresh legs in this sprint, so the rider's gonna have to do it themselves. 2 laps out in front, it seems to be too much, as now team number 17 now comes back into it. But look at the pace from the current race leaders, ladies and gentlemen, from the Neo Cycling Club. Big power over the top, and they're going to continue on with it. Team 17 thought they're not going to go on with this one. Swings up the track, and now Neo are extending their lead here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Ruben Shepherd out in front. And where is the fresh legs of Zucchiatti? There he is, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Luca Zucchiatti, he has the under-15 men's national individual pursuit record. So he's not a rider that is afraid to go solo, but he's going to have some help here from team number 14 getting back onto terms. Team 17 are trying to get back into it, but they're just in ones and twos, ladies and gentlemen, behind. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 26 laps to go, and the race has somewhat calmed. Let's have a look at what the standings are saying. Shepherd and Zucchiatti, they've got themselves a comfortable advantage over Knuth and Harrison on 6 points. So they've got a 9-point advantage, but there are still 3 sprints to go. So mathematically, nothing is secured at the moment. They've looked the strongest team thus far. Natoli and Ermit, though, they're on 4. And we've got a couple teams on 3 points. So the race certainly up for grabs. As we see now, Ruben Shepherd, he's the one drilling the pace at the moment. Got about a 15, maybe 20-metre advantage with 3 laps to go before the next of the sprint. The team of Moore and Alcock there, they've lost a lap. Where is Zucchiatti now? That is the question with just over 2 laps to go. Looks like Zucchiatti's going to be doing the sprint here. And there's a big flyer there from team number 12. About 15, maybe 20 metres advantage. That's Challenor and Yo. They're currently on 2 points. But look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Winding up the pace from behind is the current race leaders. Of course it is. It's Zucchiatti. He's going to pick the 5. Let's see what's happening behind. Team 15 will pick up the 3. Challenor and Yo the 2. So Shepherd and Zucchiatti, they really put themselves in a comfortable position here with 20 laps to go. They extend their lead, and they don't even want to continue on with this pace. They're happy for it to come back together because they have been so dominant in the sprints thus far. We've got all the teams back together here. The pace is on. 2 sprints left to go. Double points on the final. Leading them at the moment is the pairing of Natoli and Ermit. Oh! We've got 13 laps to go now. So there's a lot of looking around here, especially between the team of Knuff Harrison, Natoli Ermit. They're tied on 7 points for second position at the moment. Zucchiatti and Shepherd, though, they've got themselves a comfortable advantage. With the way that they've been looking in the sprints, you'd have to say they're on for the win here. Shepherd and Zucchiatti, they've got this change dialed here. With just under 1 lap to go, they're going to swing. But here comes the big move here. That's from the team 14, Bernie and Kamuzi. But look at Shepherd, ladies and gentlemen. He's coming back at him at the moment. He's not going to be able to get there, I don't think. Shepherd will pick up the 3. Bernie and Kamuzi, I think, will get the 5. But then you'd have to look to the teams of 17 and 15 who picked up the better of the points. There, Knuff and Harrison, they picked up 2. So they get themselves a little bit of a buffer there. But look at the way it's changed the standings there. After 5 of the 6 sprints, Zucchiatti and Shepherd, they lead this bike race. And they have themselves a good advantage and a guaranteed advantage. So if Shepherd and Zucchiatti finish on the same lap and don't lose a lap here in the final, they're guaranteed themselves the win regardless if they score no points. But the real challenge comes from behind. Look at this. 17, 14 and 15 are all within 2 points of each other. So the top 3 are going to be decided on this final sprint. Zucchiatti and Shepherd, they're guaranteed the win. 17 is currently sitting in 2nd position, then 14, then 15. That's where the real battle is, ladies and gentlemen. They're the ones we're going to be focusing on in here in the final 5 laps of this bike race. The team of Shepherd and Zucchiatti, they've locked it up. You'd have to say, unless they lose a lap, which I just don't see happening. Tucked in behind them is the team of 17. Knuff and Harrison, they're currently in 2nd position. They're going to want to grab maximum points here to secure that position. Where is 15 and 14? 15 is locked on the wheel, and here comes the move, ladies and gentlemen. This is the battle for 2nd position in this bike race. It's happened now with just over 3 laps to go, and of course it's Shepherd who's chasing. Team number 15, though, they're wanting to grab themselves 2nd position in this bike race. That is Natoli and Ermit. If they grab maximum points here, they will get 2nd place with 2 laps left to go. Where are the fresh legs? He's dying here, ladies and gentlemen, but luckily his partner's in the back straight. They're going to make the change here, but look, 17's not out of it. They've suffered, and they've suffered hard to get back in, but the fresh legs come in at the crucial time. Team number 15 are going to be riding themselves into a 2nd position, but Zucchiatti, is he going to pull 17 back? No, he's not, ladies and gentlemen. Natoli and Ermit, they're going to ride into 2nd position. Knuff and Harrison, I believe, have done enough for 3rd. But ladies and gentlemen, there is no disputing the fact about who won that bike race. Give a huge round of applause to the team in the Neo kit. Luca Zucchiatti and Ruben Shepherd. They take out the under-17s men's Madison.
Well, you did well to make it on time.
I know.
Because Dan and them were saying, well, we haven't seen Lucy yet. I'm like, oh, they'll be here. They're on their way. They've been at a wedding. It could be a bit, you know.
So worried. She's actually okay. I said to Brendan, is she all right? Because they didn't go to sleep until near midnight. 'Cause it's hard. We're staying at people's, like their cousins' houses, and they don't do sports. So I'm going to you're going to have to sleep with me.
We had a celebration of life from my wife's auntie yesterday.
She
passed away
Yeah.
last week. So we're at something, that was in the afternoon. Then we were back at in-laws, and of course I took the boys home at 7:38.
Yeah.
I went to bed.
It's,
And Paddy was up. 5 o'clock. I got my hand. Should I go back? No, just get up. Mate.
You're up now.
Well,
That's
you're
it.
up. There's a possibility the airport could be a bit busy. So we were at the airport that early. We could have got an hour early. Anyway.
Oh, doesn't matter. At least.
Because we rushed here. Like we weren't here much before you guys.
Oh, okay, yeah. I knew we were going to make it. I was worried because I said to Brendan, like, she's probably going to have to warm up a bit more as well, sitting in the car for that long. And I said, just for her headspace, I know she'll be tired.
Yeah.
So I actually think she's done pretty well.
She's done pretty well. The only thing would be just to watch her in the last race, because it's that longer points race to go. If you're not feeling it, just pull it out.
Well, she doesn't even understand the points race. The tempo, I said to Brendan, does she know what she's doing? He goes, no. She doesn't know how to do that.
Can I tell you, watching Paddy in his first or even his third race here, miles above last year.
Yeah.
He raced it. He had no tactical turn up. And like I'm watching him in the first 2 races, going, mate, fine, you got 4th in both, but you were in the bunch as you crossed the line to the bell. Like, move on, mate. Like,
they don't understand that. Like you said that to me, just try and she goes, I don't want to get dropped. I said, okay.
but she hasn't. There's been a couple of the other 15s that I saw get dropped actually, and that's the thing. Even when Paddy did last year, before it was like, there was first and our boys didn't end up getting last year. So can't complain about that.
That's right. Because the second it makes a big difference. She's hurt. She's hurt. There's plenty of us. You're going to come up. So,
And it is that issue because it's before a lot of the state seasons have started. So this is the first time someone's really done keirin. They've done it like.
It
makes it really hard.
Yeah, I'm going to actually mention it to Simon after watching this because she doesn't know how to do a tempo. So I'm going to mention it to him. What is that?
Some guy. Jets like keeps them. That's what we learned. Because Balmoral's just been doing like, they had a gate session, they'll do a keirin session over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jets isn't about learning the tactics. Jets is just about riding.
Yeah.
So you still need a coach or someone to go, you did this wrong, you did that wrong.
Yeah.
This is what you should do. And you go, oh, now I think of that. I'm like, yeah, of course, that's what Paddy's missing. That's all some of them are missing. Is someone to sit there and go, oi, next time you see that, do this, don't do that.
Yes. So I'm going to tell Simon that. I'm going to say for Thursdays because it's not just them. Like at least they're doing this. There's a lot of those kids that aren't travelling and they're going to get to a state abandonment and not know what to do.
Dead dangerous.
Yeah.
It'll be like, buddy, sit on the front and just get out of the way. Or sit above the blue line the whole race. You can do it.
So I'm going to tell him that. I'm going to say I reckon that I know he said once at like at the end of each whatever he said they'll do a race day, but even if they just do simulate like they keep doing the points and the tempo, even if it's just one each week, do your training and then do one
but they've got to
points
sit down and
race
explain to them.
That's it.
Here's the tactic you can use. Here's something to consider. Like there was one of them where I watched and I was like, Paddy, why didn't you chase him? Oh, hang on. No, he's taken off before the tempo started. You're still in the bunch. Stay there.
Yeah.
The bunch will pull back on. You jump back on second or third wheel. Or even, which Paddy did this time like he didn't do last time. They'll be on the front, pull off, and then he ends up in 10th.
Yeah.
It's like, buddy, you should have pulled up and forced your way back to this third or fourth, or just sat there 2 out.
And realise, yeah, that's it. It's learning. So I will tell him that. So hopefully that
Well, even Henry did the wrong thing when they were doing team sprints the other night.
Oh yeah.
He should have got pulled up for it, but none of the coaches were watching. I had to pull him up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And then they're not going to know. I will mention that though.
Yeah.
We have our under 15 girls, keirin. These are the riders that got 4th, 5th and 6th from the heats. 6 riders on the track. Again, a reminder that you can't change position for the first lap, and the bike swings up after 3, and then riders are free to race the way in which they want to after that. So the next time around, and here comes Freya, ladies and gentlemen. She did this in the heats, was just swamped towards the end, but she's trying it again. I love this attitude. At first you don't succeed, try again, and she's trying it this time. Only one rider's gone with her, and that's the rider of Caitlin Death. Caitlin Death had a really strong qualifier, just got herself boxed in a little bit there in the final lap, but now there's some free air to breathe here. Freya and Caitlin, they're coming with 1 lap to go. Caitlin's got back onto terms with her now. Can she kick out with half a lap to go? Yes, she can, ladies and gentlemen. Does Freya have a second kick? It doesn't look like it at the moment. Caitlin Death, she's going to ride away with this one. Freya Inglisvision, she comes in second. And then third will be the rider of 73. That is Lucy Harrison, ladies and gentlemen. But Caitlin Death there, she takes out that keirin.
Do you know how to find the results? Is someone showing you that? No. Go to Oz Cycling. So if you type into Google Oz Cycling results. Yep. And so on top, so if you go to program results, and then you select the race that Oscar was in. So if you say under 17 boys, scratch 2, you can see where it finished. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So all the different races are in there. I just realised that as a new person, you sometimes you don't realise these sorts of things. And then if it's a timed event, so if it's like a 200 or something like that, you then get like their lap times and all sorts of stuff as well up here. Yeah. So yeah, so you can almost use it as like a record of what his timing was for 200 and stuff. So yeah. So that page is very helpful for everything, and then it also tells you where the program is, who he's up against. So all the A and B series, they'll all be up there as well.
So we have our second of our under 15 women's keirin. So these are the riders that were in the top 3 from event 9. So we've got 6 riders here, the full complement in the keirin. Behind the bike, rider number 70, Grace Alcock. Tucked in on her wheel, Winter Bradshaw, then Annika Astridge.
is shocking.
The pace is picking up as the bike is swung off. And Grace Alcock, it looked like she wanted to keep the pace on, but she decides to swing up the track. Winter Bradshaw does so as well. But now we've got a little bit of a drag race here. Annika Astridge, this is her first year up in the under 15 women's category. And she's done this tactic in the under 13s. She gets to the front and just really rides a really hard tempo, and a lot of riders weren't able to come over the top. Can she replicate that sort of tactic in a higher age group? Annika Astridge has got the sprinter's lane. On her hip, Winter Bradshaw, she won her heat, so she'll be very confident here as we've got 3 wide into the final lap. Annika Astridge, she's got herself about a 5-meter gap there. Annika Astridge is leaning into this one in the front straight. Can she hold on to this one? Yes, she can, ladies and gentlemen. Annika Astridge ahead of Winter Bradshaw, and then Mackenzie Stevens rounds out the top 3 there. We've got our first of our under 15 men's keirin. So these are the riders 5th and 6th from event 10. The bike will pull off at the end of this lap, and then left to the riders' accord after that. Behind the bike, rider number 16. That's Patrick O'Keefe. He leads them around, so he drew behind the motorbike, and he's happy to continue on at the front. Tucked in on his wheel, rider number 22, that's Thomas Allen. On his hip, that's Adrian Zhang. Just over 1 lap to go now. And they go around here now. It's going to be a real kick here from behind. Sebastian Gallagher's the one to hit out early. Adrian Zhang trying to get within that slipstream. He does so now. He's going to try and come around into the front straight. Does he have the legs to come over the top? It's going to be close, but yes, he does, ladies and gentlemen. Adrian Zhang, he takes that one out ahead of Sebastian Gallagher.
My tactic was just to ride next to the guy person who was winning. Just tried hard.
Ro's running out of content to say.
Why did you do Daryl? When he was here, talking to me. Yeah, but you could just talk about how great like the development pathways are.
This is our second heat here of our under 15 men's keirin. These are all riders that got 4th in their heat. Rider number 8, Arav. He's the one that's drawn behind the motorbike.
You're the only sprinter in this
You're
row.
the sprinter.
I've never won a gear.
Me too.
Coming in here with 4 laps to go. The bike will pull off the next lap. At the moment, no change to the starting position. It is still Arav leading them around with 3 to go. And he launches off early. This is going to force a response from the rest of the riders. Arav here, he wants to take this one alone, not wanting it to come down to the final lap. He's kicked out. Now who's the response coming from? It looks like Jonah Hall. He's the one that's chasing, as well as Michael Moulds. Those 2 riders in pursuit. They're closing in on Arav now. Does he have anything left to give in a second kick? Arav looks like he's really starting to hurt with just under 1 lap to go. But does Jonah Hall have anything left to give in a second effort into the back straight? But look, coming from behind here, that's rider number 3. That's Patrick Richardson. Patrick Richardson was nowhere with 1 lap to go. Can he come around? I don't think he was able to. Jonah Hall, though, I think he takes that one out. And then it was close on the line between Arav Dacey and Patrick Richardson for 2nd and 3rd. you have to apply to race A grade. This is our heat number 3 of our under 15 men's keirin. All riders that got third in their heat are here. Led by Sean Bates. Very crafty rider, Sean. He's been consistent through these opening rounds. Always in the right position. He's got the motorbike this time. Coming over onto the top is Felix Henderson. On the wheel, Declan Dyer. Then rounding it out, Jaden Matty and Oliver Morris. The bike peels off now. Sean Bates, he leads them around. We've seen what Sean does. Super smart at finding himself in the right position. He's decided to lead this one out. On his wheel, Declan Dyer with the, I must say, really nice green wheels. I'm liking the look of them. Behind him, rider number 2, that's Felix Henderson. Then we've got Oliver Morris. Rounding it out, Jaden Matty. Now, Sean Bates, he backs off the pace a little bit. He wants someone else to lead it out. And Declan Dyer obliges with 1.5 laps to go here. Sean Bates, he's tucked in on second wheel, but the race is out in front with Declan Dyer. Declan Dyer is the one that leads this one out. Does Sean Bates have anything to give over the top of this one? Yes, he does, ladies and gentlemen. Can anyone challenge him into the back straight? It doesn't look like it, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are, taking it out. Sean Bates ahead of Felix Henderson. And I think Oliver Morris in third position. That is your top 3 there for your heat 3, ladies and gentlemen, for your under 15 men's keirin.
Hi, Mom. Good? Yeah.
That's what I'm after.
My chips from home.
That's like probably the worst time. Also, is your predicament?
Yeah.
12-hour car.
Good.
30.
I'd go for it.
Pardon?
Yeah, because you would just be quiet.
That's what I'm looking
Yeah.
at. I think it'll be like not quiet for the first little bit and then you get sort of
Okay. Bye-bye.
like Kirby.
Wait, who did he say?
Kurt.
You know Kurt more.
Kirby's
Yeah,
pulling
but-
all of his 12-year-old girl friends.
I
That
don't want
baby
to.
girl.
I want to be in a car with Kurt, but I don't want to be in a car with Lucas. But then I don't.
At least Lucas is
I don't want to drive myself.
I feel like at least Lucas is good. Well, that's not
Rolling out here for heat number 4 for our under 15 men's keirin.
I see one there.
You're being very successful. You're being very successful.
Here we are with the next heat of our under 15 men's keirin, led by Peter Samuel from the Bankstown Sports Cycling Club. Peter Samuel seems to have the lucky or unlucky hand, depending on how you look at it. He's drawn the bike twice now in the keirin. It was quite successful for him in the heat, where he came second. We'll see if that replicates again. Peter Samuel now, he's happy to sit on the hip. Peter Samuel now, he goes high on his wheel. They can't follow Aaron. Let me introduce you to them. Looks like drawing behind the bike is rider number 13. That's Zachary. Drawing behind the bike is rider number 13. That's Zachary Thomas. Rider number 29. That's Joel Gooley. Rider number 28. That's Declan Zeng. Rider number 25. That's Lucas Stribic. And rider number 6. That's Leroy Bartlett. Those are your 5 riders here, ladies and gentlemen. They are the best of the best in our under-15 men's, keirin. Six laps here to decide it. Rider number 13, Zachary Thomas. He has the motorbike. Whether that is an advantage or a disadvantage really depends on the rider. Some riders prefer to be towards the front. Other riders want that wheel to follow. But Zachary Thomas, he leads them around. Reminder, they can't change for the first lap. So now, after 1 lap completed, they are free to do as they please. I wonder what sort of tactics we will see in play here for our final keirin. Zachary Thomas happy to hold the bike, hold that wheel. Will he continue to lead after this bike pulls off? We wait and see. Zachary Thomas, no he doesn't. He swings right up the track. Joel Gooley, he attacked early on in his heat. We've seen him active within the tempo, within the scratch race. He loves an early move. Lucas Stribic there in the black as well, ever consistent towards the front. Joel Gooley, he says, I don't want to lead this out. Neither does Declan, neither does Stribic. No one wants to lead this one out, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to come down to 1.5 laps to go. It's Gooley on the front, Stribic is on the hip. They're going to drag race this one out at the moment. Can anyone come over the top, or will it be these two? Here comes the bell, and Lucas Stribic launches, ladies and gentlemen. He is the Omnium National Champion, and he kicks out now, but he doesn't get that immediate gap like we saw in the heat. Gooley is still there. He's going to want to come around on the front straight. Does he have the legs to do so? No, he doesn't. Lucas Stribic, he takes it out. Joel Gooley second. Then you could throw a blanket over it for third. But Lucas Stribic, ladies and gentlemen, give him a huge round of applause. He was the best of the best there in the under-15 men's, keirin. Lucas Stribic ahead of Joel Gooley, ahead of Declan Zeng. As our under-17 women, they are locked in the start line for their points race. 25 laps for under-17 women. Sprints on 20, 15, 5 and 0. Points will be allocated.
Andre, it is every 5 laps, so sprint at 10 as well.
I've just had a correction there from the commissaires. It is sprint every 5 laps. Sprint every 5 laps. So sprints on 20, 15, 10, 5 and 0. points are allocated 5, 3, 2, and 1. And because of the duration of the race, if I'm not mistaken, there will not be double points on the final sprint. Laps lost and gained will be 10 points, plus or minus. This is going to be a hard race, ladies and gentlemen. Points races usually are sprints every 10 laps. So when we have it every 5, that just adds extra fatigue into the legs. And oh my goodness, aren't we spoiled with joining me next to the commentary. We heard from her early on in the Madison, where she got 3rd in the Junior World Championships, representing Australia. And, you know, she did all right in that one. But, ladies and gentlemen, join with me to commentate these points races. The Junior World Champion in the points race, none other than the little sister herself, Anna Dubier. She won the points race in the Netherlands, so there's no better person to talk points races than Anna. Anna, I said that these sprints every 5 laps are going to change the dynamic of the race. Do you agree or do you disagree with that?
I heavily agree with that. Every 5 laps is tough considering the sprint starts winding up with roughly 2 laps to go. So you do the sprint, you may get 1 or 2 laps easy, and then you're straight away back into another one. With so many riders that we're fortunate enough to have in our 17 women's field, I reckon there will definitely be changes in who wins the sprints, and it will come back on who's most consistent across all of them, considering there's so many in such a short distance. So I think it's a really interesting race. Now we're coming into the first sprint.
The points race world champion agreed with my statement about points races. I feel heavily validated. Juno Smith, though, ladies and gentlemen, she's going to be validated with 5 points here. Zoe May and Erin Prince, they're going to battle out for the 3. Savage in there for the 1. Juno Smith, though, she goes into the early lead in the points race. A lot of these riders are backing up after that extremely hard Madison that we saw. Anna, how would that affect the riders having to back up after what we saw in the Madison coming into the points race?
You'll be coming into this points race with a lot of fatigue in the legs. To back up a 60-lap Madison straight away into a 25-lap points race is extremely difficult. But I think we're still seeing some amazing talent here with both Zoe and Erin competing in the Madison and then being straight up there in the first sprint. But I think the riders who definitely didn't do the Madison would have a very strong advantage in this points race. And we may see that towards the back end. But again, there's a lot of surprises that can happen in the points race. It can be completely blown out of proportion very quickly.
And one of those surprises was when Anna took not 1 but 2 laps in the World Champs. She'd never taken 1 before, and she took 2 to win it. And now we see a move here. This is the rider of Isla Shaw. She was really active amongst the tempo. Likewise, the rider that's on her wheel, that's Rogers. Those 2 riders were super strong in the tempo, and they're coming back into the points race. Rogers now, with the pink rims, is trying to come over the top. She will do so. You'd have to say she's going to gain the maximum 5 points there. 3 points to Isla Shaw. And then your guess is as good as mine for the final points there. But Anna did say that there were going to be different riders amongst the points. And in that sprint, I think we had a completely new 4 riders get points there. Maybe Gallagher may have picked up some points there as well. But a lot of changes there, Anna, in the first couple of sprints.
I think it'll definitely continue on as well. Coming into the next few sprints, we'll see multiple different riders winning them and being up there in places. Again, as I said before, it'll be who can be the most consistent, just chipping away at those 1-2 points, not getting fully out in the wind and putting huge amounts of effort. I think we'll definitely see that coming into the final 2 sprints at 5 and 0. And I think that's when the placings will be decided fully.
Like Anna said, there will be some new faces, and in that sprint we had 4 completely new riders gain points there. So that does a lot to the standings. We'll have another look at those after the next sprint. But we have 12 laps to go. That's 2 laps until the next sprint. The pace has really got off in this bunch. You'd have to say that favours a rider like Gallagher. We saw her, how strong she was in the Madison when the pace was off and then it came into the sprint. No one could hold her wheel. We have to wait and see. They're 4 wide now coming into the sprint lap. Gallagher's got the sprinter's lane. Who's going to be the first to kick? It looks like it's the rider of Rogers. She kicks with the pink rims into the back straight. Gallagher now, she goes for a second launch. She doesn't quite have the speed to get right onto terms with it. Rogers is going to pick up the 5. Gallagher, though, she'll get the 3. And then I'm not sure if it was Shaw or Smith there to pick up the 2. It was very close there. We have to wait for the official confirmation of the results there. But Rogers, she doubles up. She picks up 5. Gallagher amongst it as well. There it is, official confirmation. Rogers the 5, Gallagher the 3, Smith was the 2, and then Shaw the 1. So Smith, after not scoring in the second sprint, adds to her 5 points. So there it is, confirmation after 3 sprints. Rogers with 10, Smith with 7, and Shaw with 4. And then now that the pace is off, what would you say? What do you expect here in the final couple sprints? It seems like they're following the same sort of formula after each one of these sprints.
I definitely would expect Rogers to be up there just trying to defend that lead as well. And I think she'll be watching Juno, she'll be watching any major moves that could possibly last the entire two last sprints that would go off the front. I definitely think keeping an eye on Jenna, but her closest competition, who we spoke about right at the start, was Juno. And Juno and her are both up there again.
That's right, Anna. A few new faces towards the front, but Rogers and Smith, the top 2 at the moment, are certainly there. But Juno Smith has put a big turn of pace into the back straight. I think she'll pick up 3 at the worst, potentially 5. I think it was only enough for 3 there, but Rogers really, like you said there, she got herself out of a very dangerous situation there. She was boxed in. It looked like she wasn't going to be able to score there, but I think she did enough to score 2. We'll wait for the official confirmation, but rider 267 has got herself an advantage. There it is, confirmation. Matilda Trevorrow, we saw her in the Madison. She was super strong. Ahead of Smith, Rogers, then Power. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a move that you've got to watch out for. Matilda Trevorrow, she's got 3 laps to go. If she claims the maximum, she catapults herself right up in the standings. But this doesn't prompt a response from Rogers, because Rogers mathematically can't be caught by Trevorrow. So Rogers is going to follow the wheels. Trevorrow, though, she's got 2 laps. Can she hold on to it? It looks like for the moment, yes, she can, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to have to respond from the rider of Juno Smith. She's the one that's going to be in trouble at the moment. But Matilda Trevorrow here, ladies and gentlemen, she's got 1 lap to do it. She's going to pick up 5 points in my opinion. And here comes Isla Shaw though, ladies and gentlemen. Isla Shaw, she doesn't want to die wondering what could have, what should have, what might have happened. Isla Shaw, she's coming back at it, but she's not going to catch her. Matilda Trevorrow, she's going to pick up the 5. Who's going to get the 3? It's going to be Jenna Gallagher, ladies and gentlemen. Erin Prince, I think, will pick up the 2. Isla Shaw, I think, the 1. I think I've got my math expert next to me, Anna Dubier, telling me there. I think Rogers will still hold on to the win. Matilda Trevorrow, I think, leaps herself into 2nd place. And then Isla Shaw, I think, no, Juno Smith, I think, will still hold on to third. We'll wait for the commissaires. They've got the difficult task now of going through the final footage there. But ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, I think it was the rider of Ava Gidget Rogers that took out the under-17 women's points race. This is the under-17 men's points race, the first of our heats. 25 laps, like the women's race. And again, like the women's race, the pace is on from the beginning. Few of the riders to watch here. Lucas Zucchiatti, of course. He won the Madison with Ruben Shepherd. So he's definitely the rider to watch in this group. We've got a couple laps now before the first of the sprints. And now the pace really starts to wind up here, ladies and gentlemen. The bell is rung. And now they kick into the back straight here. This is rider number 104, I believe. Into the front straight, 114, sorry. That is the rider of Amir. I think he just got rolled on the line there by Zucchiatti. Amir, though, he's looking strong. Another one of those riders that we saw in the Madison earlier. There it is, confirmation. Luca gets it ahead of Amir, Tyler and Lachlan. So those are the four riders scoring points. As we see now a move come, a counter-attack, if you will. Rider 115, that's Hunter Davis. He wants someone to come with him though. And no one does. Another one of the riders on the lookout here, I couldn't call it earlier because you don't want to give them an advantage, but here he goes. Astridge, rider 116, Will Astridge. He launches it with just a couple laps until the next sprint. He's got night and day between himself and the main group. Will Astridge, he's got about a quarter lap advantage here. You'd have to say he's going to get the maximum. Now Jet Stokes, he's in pursuit. Zucchiatti in there as well, likewise Omir. Zucchiatti now, he comes over the top of Stokes. Zucchiatti will pick up the 3, Astridge the 5, Omir and Stokes battling it out for the 2. I'm not sure who got the better of each other there. But Zucchiatti, he extends his lead in this points race. Omir, he picked up the 2, Stokes the 1. And that's the standings after sprint number 2. Zucchiatti, he leads. Omir and Astridge, both on 5 points, with 3 to go until the next sprint. One and a half laps to go until the next sprint. Zucchiatti, he's got himself right towards the front and his head on a swivel, ladies and gentlemen. He's looking to see what riders are going to try and make the move, and one of the riders making the move is Lachlan Ermit. Ermit launched it with 1.5 to go, but here comes Joshua Moore, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't spoken about him this entire race. He comes over the top. He picks up 5. And then it was a blanket finish there for the rest of the points. I couldn't tell you who picked up the 3, 2, and 1. Josh Moore, though, he picks up the 5. He opens his account. Crucially for Zucchiatti, I don't think anyone on 5 points scored points there. There it is. Moore gets it ahead of Natoli. Ermit the 2. Still waiting on confirmation for the 1 point. But there it is. Confirmation after the 3 sprints. Zucchiatti on 8. Omir, Will, and Josh Moore all on 5. Then Lachlan Joseph on the 3. So all left to play for, 2 sprints left. Zucchiatti, though, he's been the most consistent throughout this entire race. He doesn't want to let this one slip through his fingers. And a rider that picked up 5 already doing this similar move. He's going again. This time it's Will Astridge. But Zucchiatti's alert to it this time. Doesn't get caught out. Zucchiatti now, he makes the change on the front, on the back straight. But look at the pace coming from behind. Rider 140. I think might have got there. Wait for the official confirmations on that result. And a big move here from rider 108. This is an important move here. There it is, Tyler. He grabs out the 5 points. But rider 108, that's Lachlan Ermit. He's on 3 at the moment. If he picks up this 5, it would catapult him to 8. That wouldn't threaten the lead of Zucchiatti, but it would threaten the podium places of those on 7 points, and that's why you see Joshua Moore there, one of the first to respond. Now, Joshua Moore though, Joshua Moore's a challenge for Zucchiatti, because if Moore can pick up the 5, that does challenge the lead of Zucchiatti. Who else is amongst that front group of note? Omar now, he's making a charge here with 1 lap to go. He can certainly challenge. Moore now with 1 lap to go. He kicks out. He's currently sitting in 2nd position. The 5 points here would move him up to 12. He was quiet in the first 2 sprints. He's come alive at the end. Josh Moore will pick up the 5. He's done himself enough. But Zucchiatti, I think, has bailed himself out of trouble. I think picked up 2 in that final sprint. We wait for the confirmation on the commissaires. But Joshua Moore, in my opinion, I think has done enough to secure at least 2nd position in the points race. Whether or not he did enough to secure the win, we have to wait and find out. Either him or Zucchiatti, in my opinion, have won that bike race. Omar came back strong in the end. A top 5 result, I think, for him. But where the rest of the podium places go, I have absolutely no idea. Our commissaires now will look through the footage. They will see how that finale played out. But ladies and gentlemen, what is for sure is that that was an exciting points race. And if our second heat is anything like the first, we are in for a real treat here. There it is, confirmation of the results. Josh Moore pick up the 5, Omar the 3, Zucchiatti the 2, Tyler the 1. What does that do to the final standings there? Lucas Zucchiatti, he takes out the points race with 13 ahead of Joshua Moore. Omar takes it the 3rd place because of the position on the final sprint. Ahead of Tyler and then Will Astridge, they round out the top 5. We get into the next of our points races, our under-17 men's. A reminder, we have our canteen set up on the infield. They've got all your drinks and food needs sorted. Whatever you need, head down to the canteen. They'll have something for you in between races. Grab yourself something to drink, grab yourself something to eat, and then head up to the top into the grandstand. Velo Pro with Neil is set up here. They've got all your bike needs sorted. What better combination? Food and bikes, nothing beats that. As we head into the final couple races here on today's program. Leading them around just over 1 lap now until our next sprint. We've got Cooper Farr leading them around, but a big move here comes from Jacob McLaughlin to try and pick up the 5. There it is, Jacob McLaughlin. He picks up the 5. Think Hugo Barnes in the 3. Confirmation for 2 and 1. There it is, Lewis Wilkes and Ewan Brown there, 2 and 1 respectively. But McLaughlin there showing his form early. Kicked out, and no, he showed real clean gap there between himself and the rest of the field. Another early move here, this time from rider 142. He's marked by Shepherd. Shepherd was so strong in the Madison. Him and Zucchiatti, a dynamic pairing. Now it's time for Seth Harrison to be on the front. Shepherd, though, he's tucked into second position. Does he have enough to try and kick around the back straight? Here he comes, the charge into the front. Shepherd, can he get there? Yes, he can, I think. Harrison will pick up the 3 at worst. Cooper far big and amongst it, but look at the gap here, ladies and gentlemen. The gap has formed. Will these riders work together? Cooper far, he gives them a couple pedals and then swings up. There it is, confirmation. Ruben Shepherd ahead of Seth Harrison, Ewan Brown. Rider 107, that's Casper. Sort of just dangling off the front here. No one wanting to commit to chasing him. But now the response comes from Ruben Shepherd. Will Sheringham's found himself a good wheel though. He's tucked in on Ruben Shepherd, Will. Casper has been leading the last few laps now, but I think he's going to be swamped here in this sprint lap. Ruben Shepherd, he kicks around the top. Will Sheringham, he's going to be dragged here to 3 points. Shepherd picks up the 5. Will the 3. Harrison, I think, will be the 2. And then our Carnegie Caulfield rider will pick up the 1. Again, the gap really opens there after the sprint, but no rider really seems too committed to carrying it on afterwards. Eight laps left to go here. And for the first time really in this entire points race, the pace has come off. Will Sheringham, a big boost of confidence there. He's moved into 3 points after that sprint. And he wants to lead this one out, keep himself out of trouble. McLaughlin, he got himself the win in the first sprint, but then's been quiet in the last 2. Is that a possibility that he's just been saving his legs for another big effort? We'll have to wait and see. Ruben Shepherd, the current leader of this bike race, he's the first to launch there. McLaughlin, who's currently on 5, finds his wheel, but I don't think he's got the pace to come over the top. Ruben Shepherd, he picks the 5. McLaughlin the 3. Sheringham's doing a real good job there. I think he did enough to hold on to 2 points. Harrison, I think, got the 1. Again, wait for the official confirmation of results with just 4 laps left to go. There, Shepherd ahead of McLaughlin, Sheringham, Harrison. What does that do to the overall standings? Ruben Shepherd now in an unassailable lead unless he loses a lap. McLaughlin, Harrison, Sheringham only separated by 3 points here in the finale. So all of those riders are within striking distance of a second place finish, but they're not going to be able to get the win. That is tied up with the rider of Ruben Shepherd. So let's have a look. Where are those riders that are battling it out for second position? I see Sheringham towards the back. He's on the wheel of Harrison. Where is Jacob McLaughlin? Jacob McLaughlin is also towards the back. So all those riders that need to score points are all sitting towards the back of this group. I think their legs are run out. So it's one of our Carnegie Caulfield riders, 117 now. He's the one that takes it on. Points are there for the taking, and he wants to grab amongst it. It's a drag race here. Cooper Farr also with a late charge. But it's going to be the rider of 117, Ewan Brown. Now, Ewan Brown, we didn't speak about him, but he was currently in 4th position. He picked up 5 there, in my opinion, moves him to 9. The riders ahead of him, I don't think scored any points. So Ewan Brown, I think, might have done enough to launch himself from 4th to 2nd, but ladies and gentlemen, there's no disputing the fact. The winner of the points race, Ruben Shepherd. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, confirmation of the results there. Without a doubt, the winner of the bike race, Ruben Shepherd. He was consistent. He was amongst every single sprint, always picking up points there, and that's the way you've got to do it when it is such a short race there. Ruben Shepherd takes it ahead of Ewan Brown, Jacob McLaughlin in 3rd position, rounding out the top 5, Seth Harrison and Will Sheringham. So we now have our under 15 women. They've also got their points race. Theirs is 20 laps, sprints every 5. So following the exact same format as what we saw in our men's 17 and our women's 17, just 5 less laps. Leading them around at the moment, Lara Van Dawson. They've got a couple laps now until their first sprint. Another person that we have to thank there on the infield with the high vis on, that is Morgan Ho, ladies and gentlemen. Morgan has got the camera out for us today. Talk more about Morgan after this first sprint. They received the bell here, Annika Astridge. She did this in the under-13s, riding people off her wheel, and she's going to continue to do that in the under-15s. Here she goes. Annika Astridge putting in a big effort here for the 5. Will she continue on with it is the question. She thinks about it, and she's going to continue on with it, ladies and gentlemen. This is not a rider that you let go by any means. As I was saying before, Morgan Ho, a familiar face here at the Dunc Velodrome. He's got the yellow high vis on. If you see him around, say a big thank you. He comes out here, volunteers his time to take photos of our junior athletes. He is a great feature of our AJTS. The photos will be posted to Cycling Photos Australia on Facebook. So if you want to have a look at them, please feel free to do so, and make sure to thank Morgan as the race now comes back together, but we have had a couple of casualties. Annika Astrid, she put in a big effort there. What has that done to her legs as Freya Ingwisson, who didn't pick up any points in the first sprint, comes to the front, but she swings up the track. We've got a select group out in front, led by the rider of Alcock. Bradshaw in there as well. Alcock now kicks. Grace Alcock, she didn't score any points in the first sprint, so she's wanting to open up her account here in the second. She's being challenged though by Parivi. She scored 1 point in the first sprint, looking to add some more. A big move there in the finale. Caitlin Death, did she do enough there to pick up the 5? Wait and see from our commissaires. There it is, Grace Alcock. She picked up the 5. Caitlin Death the 3. Parisi the 2. Freya Ingwisson the 1. And now the move comes from Freya. Freya's only on 1 point. She wants to add more to that account. Chasing though is the rider of Bradshaw. We saw her speed in the Keirins. She's got a rapid turn of pace, and now she's trying to chase back Freya. Freya's got 2 laps to go. She's the New South Wales individual pursuit champion, so she's used to this effort. She's used to suffering out there alone, and right now, I think she's going to pick up the 5. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, the bell goes. Freya's got herself a really good advantage here to pick up the 5. Annika Astridge, though, she's not going to die wondering. She's going to come around now. She'll pick up the 3. Alcock, I think, will do enough for the 2. Can Bradshaw hold on for the 1? Yes, she can, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been informed about important news. The canteen, the final orders now. With a couple races left to go, grab yourself an order of food, toasties. They've got it all for you. Grab yourself an order, whether to have here or on the go. The canteen is closing up shop for today. So make sure you grab yourself a toasty, grab yourself something to drink, lollies, chips. They've got you sorted there. Back to the bike race. Freya Inglisson is out in front. It looks like she will pick up the 5. With that, I think she'll do enough to secure herself this bike race, in my opinion. But look at the response from behind. It's Bradshaw kicking out now. Annika Astridge, though, she's the current leader of this bike race, and it's slipping through her fingers as we speak. Freya Inglisson, she's going to grab the belt. She's going to grab the 5. But there is a blanket thrown over for second and third place here. Caitlin Death is getting amongst it. She's currently on 3 points. She could double up here, but Annika Astridge, look at her go, ladies and gentlemen. Freya Inglisson, though, she comes into the front straight. She wins the points race. Annika Astridge, I think, will do enough for second. And then your guess is as good as mine for third. I think Alcock may have done enough for third. We waited for the final confirmation, though, ladies and gentlemen. With our final 2 races will be our under 15 men's. And as we have our final 2, make sure you head over to the canteen, grab yourself something to eat and drink. Grab yourself something for the drive home, grab yourself something for after this hectic day of racing. Also come up, say hi to Neil, grab yourself some cycling equipment. They're the best in the business. He's got all your bike needs sorted, whether it's something for your kid's bike or your bike. Head over, grab yourself something. He's got all the good stuff. I'm all good, thank you. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, confirmation of the results. Freya Inglisson takes it out, tied points with the rider of Annika Astridge. But of course, because Freya won that final sprint, she takes out the win ahead of Annika Astridge and Grace Alcock in third. We now have our first of our under 15 men's heats.
Sign the autographs. Just casual. Yeah. You knew her before she was world champion.
Here we are with our under 15 men's points race. The first of 2. $20 laps, just like we saw in the under 15 women. The pace, though, you have to say, hasn't been on straight from the start. A lot of riders looking at each other. There'll definitely be a lot of sore legs out there at the moment. They've gone through a really hard program of racing today, including 2 keirins, scratch races, tempos, the lot. So there'll be a lot of fatigue build up in those legs. Who's got enough in this final race? And Sean Bates, ladies and gentlemen, he's kicked out early. He's going to get the bell. Behind him, Gooley, Joel Gooley, he's been active throughout this. Lucas Strubic got caught napping a little bit there. He's trying to bridge up. He'll get himself 2 points at the absolute worst. Gooley, though, and Bates, they're going to be battling it out for the 5. Joel grabs it ahead of Sean Bates. Lucas Strubic gets the 2. Do those 3 riders continue on with it? There's gaps throughout this under-15 men's field. And you can't blame them, can you, ladies and gentlemen? It's been a very hard day of racing here. So you can understand the fatigue build-up. And what better way to solve that fatigue build-up is then getting yourself something to eat and drink from the canteen, the Bankstown Sports Cycling Club. They've got your needs sorted. Now, there's a group of 4 out in front, and they look like they are fully committed. Led by Strubic, Bates, rider number 13 in there as well. And it looks like the rider of Gooley as well on the back. That's Zachary Thomas in there as well. Those 4 riders are a dialed team pursuit team, it looks like at the moment. Full commitment from all those riders. Bates says, yep, I'm happy to go along with this. Thomas, he looks like he's happy as well. Those 4 riders will pick up 5, 3, 2, and 1 shared amongst them. So they're all very happy to keep this move going. No one there will miss out on a point. This time it's Gooley leading them out. Strubic's got himself tucked in on second wheel. That's where he wants to be. He got 2 points in the first sprint. He's going to want to go a 1 better here or potentially more. Gooley now, he's got the inside line. Can he hold off the charging Strubic? No, he can't. Strubic the 5. Joel Gooley, I think, with the 3. Bates the 2, Thomas the 1. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is where the real question comes in. Will these riders get back together and start working again? They're the only riders that have scored points so far. Zachary Thomas is getting the roar from the crowd here as he really chews the stem to try and hold on to that leading 3. There it is, confirmation of the results. Strubic took the 5. There it is, Strubic with the 5. Confirmation there. I've just heard over the radio from the commissaires that front 4 group has been awarded a lap gain. So that's 10 points for all of those riders. Lucas Strubic, Joel Gooley, Sean Bates and Zachary Thomas. So you would think those riders can rest a little bit easier. No, they can't, ladies and gentlemen, because Lucas Strubic is part of it. Lucas Strubic, he said, I've got 10. I've won a sprint already. He wants more, ladies and gentlemen. Strubic kicks out. He wants another 5 points here. He's going to get it. The race is really looking behind, though. Who's going to pick up the 3? A reminder now, all these riders back on the same lap. I think that's a Dharma there to pick up the 3. 2, I think, went to Gooley. But ladies and gentlemen, look at the display of form here from Lucas Strubic. Lucas Strubic, ladies and gentlemen, he's kicked out with 4 laps to go. He's picked up 5. He's got 22 points in this bike race thus far, and he's going to add another 5, you would think, to his total. The race is behind, though, here, ladies and gentlemen. Who has what left in the tank? Lucas Strubic is going to win this bike race. Behind him, though, it is very close. Joel Gooley on 20, Bates on 16, Thomas on 12. You don't think there's enough points around to change that order, but we'll wait and find out. Lucas Strubic is going to come around to receive the bell. Out front, Gooley and Bates. Thomas there as well. Strubic with the bell. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. He's taken it out in emphatic fashion. It's gonna be Lucas Strubic. He's gonna win this points race in dominant fashion, but what happens behind? There are still a lot of places yet to be decided. I think Gooley will do enough to hold on to second, Bates 3, Thomas 4, and I think Adama 5th. We'll wait for official confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, but that is your under 15 men's points race. The penultimate race of today, and like I said, and I'm gonna say it one more time, Canteen open, bike store with Velo Pro open. Grab yourself something on the way out. They'll be back here again tomorrow, but show your support, show your love for the amazing volunteers that make this happen. They come out here and support junior cycling as we have our final race, which will be our under 15 men's points race. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final race of today's program. We're back here again for a 10 a.m. start tomorrow. It's our second of our under 15 men's points races. They also 20 laps, sprint every 5. Peter Samuel, he's on the inside there. I must say, really liking the green rims, the green wheels there of Declan Dyer makes him really easy to spot in the group. So come around 3 wide. Again, like I have been saying, when it's wide like that and everyone's bunched up, it means the pace isn't on. So they're still waiting to see who's going to be that one to make that first move. They've got a couple laps now to negotiate before the first of the sprints. A lap and a bit, still no one yet to make a move. Declan Dyer's looking around saying, am I going to be the one that has to make this move? Coming around now, Peter Samuel from the Bankstown Sports Cycling Club, but he's going to be swamped here. They're coming over the top with a lot of pace. And on the line, ooh, very close. between riders Leroy Bartlett and Michael Moulds for the 5. Leroy Bartlett, he takes out the 5. Michael Moulds the 3. Samuel the 2. Richardson the 1. And just as I said before, that the pace really wasn't on, they said, okay, you want to see some pace? We're going to keep the pace on after that sprint. Samuel, he's always been towards the front. He picked himself up a couple points there. And he's just managing the situation from the front. Not wanting to get himself boxed in with a couple laps left to go before the next of our sprints. Again, 4 wide coming into the sprint lap. This time it's Patrick Richardson, the one to launch, but he's been pushed there. Rider number 6 got the kick on him on the inside. And again, rider number 6 there. That's Leroy Bartlett, the current leader of this bike race. He'll pick up 3. Rider 28, that's Declan Zing, I believe, will take the 3. My apologies, the opposite way around. Henderson, the 2. Richardson, the 1. What does that do for our overall standings? Leroy Bartlett still leads. Declan Zhang in 2nd. Then it is Michael Moulds in 3rd. We see a move here from rider number 27. One of our riders yet to score a point, so wants to get amongst it here in the final 10 laps. That's Jake Pentland. Patrick Henderson there as well, present towards the front. Felix Henderson towards the front there. Where is the current leader of this bike race? Looking for Leroy Bartlett. He's out of position a little bit there, so this could be an opportunity for his rivals to claw back some points on him. It's a huge move there into the back straight. A clear set of wheels there. That's Declan. Declan's currently in 2nd position, but he picked up the 5. I don't think Bartlett picked up a single point in that sprint, which I think might leapfrog Declan into the race lead. Let's wait and see what the results say. There we go, Declan Zing, confirmation of his win there in the sprint. What does that do for the points? We wait and see. Yes, it does. It moves him into the overall race lead. Leroy Bartlett into 2nd, and then we've got 3 riders on 3 points. You'd have to think that they are the riders battling it out for 3rd at the moment, but the race is really spicing up here. Leroy Bartlett, Declan Zhang, really the winner of those 2 in this final sprint is going to decide this bike race. Where are they? Let's try and spot them. There is Leroy Bartlett in a better position than what he was before the start of the last sprint. But look is on his wheel, ladies and gentlemen. That is Declan, the current race leader, has found his closest opponent and said, wherever you are, I'm going to be right behind you. And here they go, ladies and gentlemen, with 1 lap to go. Leroy Bartlett's kicked out at it, but Peter Samuels come from the clouds. Peter Samuels launched it. He wants to grab the 5, but here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Leroy Bartlett wants this one. If Leroy wins this, he wins the bike race. Declan's coming back at him. Declan wants it more. Who gets it there? Your guess is as good as mine. But my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that one came literally down to the wire between Leroy Bartlett and Declan Zeng. I don't think they even know who got it. The commissaires are going to check through this one, but the winner of that sprint, in my opinion, ladies and gentlemen, will have won that points race. We wait and see what the board says. Declan Zeng, he was leading, but Leroy Bartlett found some extra pace in that final half a lap. Declan came back onto terms with him in that front straight. Did he run out of time, or did he get that sprint? Declan's looking at the board, he doesn't know. Leroy's looking at the board, he doesn't know either. The commissaires now have the job to determine who got that sprint, and with it, the bike race. The nervous tension between these riders. They're looking up at the board to see who got it. Again, there's a big race as well between a lot of the riders there for third. As we saw before, 3 riders, I think, were tied for 3 points. So again, that also comes into the equation. Who got third in that bike race? Because we had a lot of riders tied for 3. Could potentially Felix Henderson and Jack Pantlin. They had 2 points. Could they have leapfrogged and moved into third position? The commissaires have to review all the footage to get this one right, ladies and gentlemen. But if you are packing up, thank you very much for a very smooth running day 1. My name has been Andre Dubier, and I will see you again for a 10 a.m. start tomorrow morning at the Dunc Velodrome. But I don't think we can really set up shop until we find out who won that final points race. Declan Zeng or the rider of Bartlett. The way you know that it was close is that Bartlett and Zeng, they're in talks with each other in the infield. They're saying, did you get it? I think you might have got it. I don't know. And this is a final call for our canteen. They're packing up. They'll be back tomorrow. But I just had one of their toasties, and I must say it was gone during that points race. And it wasn't a very long points race, ladies and gentlemen. So they've got delicious toasties. They're going to be back tomorrow. They've got drinks, snacks, all you could possibly want for the drive home. So make sure you grab yourself something on the way out. They'll be back again tomorrow. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Confirmation of the results. Declan Zeng, he takes it out ahead of Lachlan Bartlett. What a thrilling race to end today's program. My name's been Andre Dubier, ladies and gentlemen. I will see you again tomorrow for a 10 a.m. start at the Dunc Velodrome for the first round of the Australian Junior Track Series.